of the National Assembly proceedings streaming from the Parliament chambers in Nairobi, Parliament buildings. A broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings. That is the National Assembly chambers. The time allocated for the sitting is 2:30. So as we wait for that particular time, we shall take a look at the business that the members of the National Assembly shall be transacting this afternoon. And the members shall be taking into consideration two special motions. These regards the nominations for appointment as one, the permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program, as well as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. The special motion regarding the consideration of a nominee for appointment as the permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program will be moved by the chairperson. Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. And this follows the approval hearings that the committee conducted on the nominee. That is on the 20th of February, the year 2026. That was on Friday. And the report actually details the proceedings of that approval meeting. And this afternoon, that committee will be presenting its report, recommending the House to approve that appointment. The appointment of Canon Dr. Aida Betty Odinga as the permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program. After the approval hearings, we understand that the committee retreated to do its report, which it recommends that Dr. Aida Odinga be approved by the House to be able to represent the Republic of Kenya or be a permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program. And that is part of the business that the members this afternoon will be looking into. The members also will consider yet another report by the Departmental Committee on Labor. The chairperson of that committee is Honorable Ken Chonga. This committee also conducted its approval hearings on the 20th of February, the year 2026, to look into the suitability of the nominee, that is Mr. Francis Major, regarding his abilities, experience, and qualities towards holding this public position, that is the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. And in its report, the committee indicated that the nominee fits the qualities and the qualifications to hold that particular position. And this afternoon, the House will be considering that report and also concur with the committee that has recommended for his approval. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, has walked into the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The prayer has been said and the chair taken. The House is yet to commence owing to the quorum hitch, and the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. As we wait for the House to correct, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the members shall this afternoon, as they convene, transact two nominees that the Departmental Committee on Defense and Intelligence and Foreign Relations and its Labour counterpart had considered two nominees. One is the permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Programme, Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, whose approval hearings were conducted on the 20th of February, and the committee retreated to do its report and recommended the House to approve that appointment of Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga. And also the Departmental Committee on Labour also conducted similar approval hearings regarding the appointment of Mr. Francis Major as chairperson of the Public Service Commission, and also based on their recommendations, observations on the suitability of the nominee, recommends to the House to approve the appointment of Mr. Francis Major to serve in that capacity. The members of the committees considered the nominees' academic credentials, professional qualifications, work and professional experience, personal integrity, as well as performance during those approval hearings. And from those observations, they have recommended to the House to be able to approve those two nominees. So those are some of the special motions lined up for consideration this afternoon. The members of the National Assembly will also this afternoon host the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development, and Special Programs to be able to respond to questions at the plenary session.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honourable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the National Assembly of the Parliament of Namibia. I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of the Parliament of Namibia who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises of the following members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, Youth, Civic Relations and Community Development. Honorable Malian Bareka, MP, Chairperson. Honorable Tuhafeni Kalola, MP. Honorable Sharonis Bush, MP. Honorable Vilo Ihemba, MP. And Honorable Uatara Motu, MP. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by 2 members of staff, is on a visit to share experiences and best practices with the committees dealing with matters of education, youth empowerment, and community development. On my behalf and on that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in our beautiful country. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Tonkei, what's your idea of nearest? Order. Honorable members, allow me to relay a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of persons for appointment to the National Land Commission. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I've received a message from His Excellency the President seeking approval of persons nominated for appointment to the positions of chairperson and members of the National Land Commission, NLC. In the message, His Excellency the President notifies that in exercise of the powers conferred to him by the provisions of Article 252C of the Constitution as read together with Section 7.2 of the National Land Commission Act, Cap 281, and Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, he has nominated the following 7 persons to the positions of chairperson and members of the National Land Commission and now seeks the approval of the National Assembly. The nominees are, number 1, Abdullahi Sagaf Alawi, chairperson. 2, Susan Hakasa Oyatsi, member. 3, Daniel Muridi Muriungi, member. 4, Keegan Vincent Cheriot, member. 5, Honorable Dr. Julia Ouma Oseko, member. 6, Honorable Muhammad Abdi Haji Muhammad, member. And 7, Honorable Mary Yane, Senator, member. Honorable members, Standing Orders 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President together with the CVs, the report of the selection panel, and other testimonials of the nominees to the Departmental Committee of Lands for consideration. Honorable members, it is important to note that whereas Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, requires the committee to which such nomination is referred to consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days, Paragraph 6 of the first schedule to the National Land Commission Act, Cap 281, requires the National Assembly to consider the nominees for appointment to the Commission within 21 days. In this regard, the committee is expected to undertake the approval hearings and submit its report within the timelines provided for in the National Land Commission Act, Cap 281. However, honorable members, conscious of the fact that the House will be proceeding on a short recess from 13th March 2026, I urge the committee to immediately notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings. Thereafter, the committee should table its report by Wednesday, 11th March 2026, to enable the House to consider the matter within the stated statutory timelines. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Give me the mic. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 25th February 2026, afternoon sitting. Number 1, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies. 1, Amuhaya. 2, Gidunguri. 3, Kacheliba. 4, Kajiado. 5, Kajiado Central. 5, Kajiado East. 6, Kajiado South. 7, Kipipiri. 8, Kisauni. 9, Kitui West. 10, Makueni. 11, Mwala. 12, Mwingi North. 13, Nyakach. 14, Olkalau. And 15, South Mugirango. Number 2, intergovernmental partnership agreement between national government through the Ministry of Education and the county government of Kirinyaga. Number 3, Auditor General's report performance on provision of bursaries and scholarship by the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Number 4, Auditor General's report performance on provision of bursaries and scholarship by the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF. Number 5, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1, Agri and Cooperative Training and Consultancy Services Limited. 2, Gatitu Tea Factory Limited. 3, Kenya Film Classification Board. 4, Kenya Leather Development Council. 5, National Biosafety Authority. 6, National Intelligence Services. 7, National Irrigation Authority. 8, State Department for Culture and Arts and Heritage. 8, State Department for Irrigation. 9, Veterinary Medicine Directorate. And 9, Water Resource Authority. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Thank you, Naomi. Chairperson, Public Debts and Privatization Committee, I'm told he will be late, so we'll put that aside. Next order. Before the next order, just hold. In the public gallery, allow me members to acknowledge the presence of Kuikui Senior School from Baringo North, Baringo County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, select Committee on Implementation. Wanjala. Isn't that he? Any member of the committee? Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy. Ariko, are you the chair? Or you are holding brief?
I'm the vice chair.
You're the vice chair. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Public Investment Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy on its examination of audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sectors, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Public Sorry, Chairperson, Select Committee on Implementation again. Stay that to tomorrow. Next order. As we call the next order, can the majority minority leaders approach the chair?
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Junet, have you resigned? I said majority and minority leaders approach the chair. Robert, your deputy is distracting you.
My deputy is trying to tell me join Wi-Fi.
Are you going to join?
No. Very small party.
No, this, we can dispose of this.
Yes.
I don't have the latest, very quick. How much time do you want us to spend on
30 minutes. Too much, yeah? Yeah.
Yes, clerk, call out. Honorable members, today we'll be having Minister Ruku, and I was requested by the House Business Committee to schedule him to be here by 4. So he will be here by 4. I see we have 2 other requests for statements by Abakar Talib and Bernard Kitur. We'll combine those to come at the time when the minister will be here. So is Talib in the house? Yes, there you are, Mombasara. And Kitur? So whoever sees Kitur, tell him his statement will be requested at 4. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as the permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program.
Yes, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. And honorable members, if in the course of the debate I find that your submissions are tautologous means repetitive. If your submissions are tautologous, we'll then close and move on to the next business.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm being guided by the leader of the majority that I should keep it brief, so I'll skip some of the sections. But, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, in its report on the approval hearing of the nominee for the appointment as permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, laid on the table of the House on the Tuesday, 24th, 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132, Sub-Article E of the Constitution, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7, this House approves the appointment of Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, EGH, as a permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program. Honorable Speaker, the office of the permanent representative stands as a vital outpost of Kenya's sovereignty and environmental leadership. As defined in Section 21 of the Foreign Service Act, the head mission is not only the President's personal representative, but a steward of Kenya's foreign policy, the custodian of our national image, and the administrator of the mission's resources. In the specific context, Honorable Speaker, in the specific context of UNEP, Honorable Speaker, the only United Nations headquarters located in the Global South and domiciled right here in Nairobi, this role carries the additional weight of anchoring Kenya's status as global hub for environmental diplomacy. Honorable Speaker, in the solemn discharge of the mandate under Standing Order 2165F, the committee approached its task with diligence and unwavering fidelity to the Constitution, guided by Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity, and animated by the spirit of public participation as enshrined in Article 118, we subjected the nominee to rigorous scrutiny, measuring academic qualifications, professional experience, moral compass, vision of Kenya's environmental interest. Honorable Speaker, this probably must have been one of the unnerving experiences of vetting process because of the nominee we had to interrogate. And it was humbling that she submitted before our committee with all the experience. We on the other side, some of us even young to be our own children, but with humility she submitted before our committee. And in keeping with the Standing Order 42.2, Honorable Speaker, your office then relayed to the House the President's message regarding the nomination, which I don't want to repeat. Honorable Speaker, in further fulfillment, due diligence, the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to the relevant agencies at EACC, KRA, DCI, Higher Education Loans Board, ODPP, and ORPP, seeking reports on the nominee's integrity, tax compliance, criminal record status, loan obligations, and political affiliations. And Honorable Speaker, I'm glad to report that all agencies returned clean reports affirming the nominee's good standing. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted an oral approval hearing, which was done on Friday, the 20th February. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the nominee is a distinguished Kenyan whose journey has been defined by unwavering allegiance to the Republic. In strict adherence to the Article 78 of the Constitution, the nominee confirmed that she is a Kenyan citizen by birth and does not hold any dual citizenship, thus satisfying the fundamental eligibility criteria for state office. Honorable Speaker, her suitability is further anchored by the robust academic foundation. Madam Ida Odinga holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Geography from the University of Nairobi. And this academic background is not merely ornamental, rather it proved the early scientific grounding for a profound understanding of the technical and policy dimensions of UNEP's work. Beyond the classroom, her career of Mama Ida Odinga, her career trajectory is a testament to versatile leadership spanning her service as an educator in Kenya High School, her roles in private enterprise, and the managing director of East Africa Spectra, which this House will note that is a company that does clean energy. Limited her impactful tenure as a First Lady to the Prime Minister. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Ida, apart is her ability to bridge the gap between high-level policy and grassroots reality. During the hearing, she demonstrated a sophisticated vision for environmental diplomacy, particularly highlighting the link between sustainability and socioeconomic development, particularly in health, nutrition, and livelihoods. She's not a stranger to the global stage, having served as a global peace ambassador to the United Nations and founded the Ida Odinga Trust. Further, Honorable Speaker, her strategic leadership was evident in an announced approach to the resource constraints facing the United Nations. She underscored the need to strengthen UNEP as the only UN headquarters in the Global South, proposing collective, collaborative, multi-stakeholder model to mobilize solutions, anchors Kenya's leadership as a United Nations Assembly UNEA. Honorable Speaker, regarding the character of the nominee, let me say this. She embodies high standard of leadership and integrity. She secured clearance from all the agencies that were requested to confirm her status as compliant and upright citizen. Significantly, she has never been charged in a court of law, She's never been adversely mentioned in any investigatory report or dismissed from office contravening Article 75 of the Constitution. In fact, on this stage, I jokingly asked all these years that the deceased Prime Minister has been jailed. She's never been in any way been charged in a court of law or even been picked, even when we had the regime that was very quick in picking spouses and punishing those that held a contrary opinion to what the state at that time believed in. Madam Aida has never found herself in the other side of the law. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the nominees' responses reflected a lifelong commitment in public service and a patriotic readiness to answer to the call of duty. Her experience in advocacy, consensus building, and negotiation is directly transferable to the multilateral diplomatic engagement required by UNEP. Honorable Speaker, based on these findings, therefore, the committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the competence, integrity, and vision to represent the Republic. I therefore urge this House to adopt the committee's recommendation and approve this appointment. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I now, Honorable Speaker, respectively invite my Vice Chair, Honorable Major Retired Sheikh Abdullahi Bashir, to second this motion.
Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the report of the Royal Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the approval of Dr. Aida Betty Odinga, EGH, for appointment as the permanent representative for the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. Honorable Speaker, the committee thoroughly assessed the nominee based on certain criteria as set out in the Constitution and the various acts. The vetting considered academic qualifications, professional track record, constitutional compliance, and personal integrity. Honorable Speaker, the report that we tabled yesterday is very much detailed, and I'm sure and believe that members have gone through to check on the report that we have tabled, which contains every aspect of the vetting process that we did. Honorable Speaker, during the approval hearing that we held on Friday, 20th February 2026, the nominee demonstrated knowledge of Kenya's environmental diplomacy priorities, the strategic role played by UNEP, which is headquartered in Nairobi, and the importance of multilateral partnership in addressing global environmental challenges. Honorable Speaker, the nominee actually demonstrated that with our vast experience based on her education and social life, and above all, having been in the political landscape of this country for far too long, she equally possesses the qualities required to represent our country in this very, very important institution that is headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in addition to the normal legal threshold, the nominee's background in matters education, public leadership, advocacy, and digital engagement equips her with the skills required in undertaking this noble task of UNEP. Honorable Speaker, it's not been easy really to work or stay under our late Prime Minister. You know, somebody who has been with the Prime Minister day in, day out for 50 years has all the capacities, all the institutional memory of ensuring that they represent our country in this kind of engagement. And the one thing that actually made us look things differently, she happened to be the only nominee that has so far appeared before us that brought her CV in a well articulated sort of detailed booklet. I've never seen such a CV. I am saying the other candidates did not present as she did to us. And so she was actually well prepared, and I can see that she's even well prepared to represent Kenya in this noble objective, which is UNEP in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, I know that having been the wife of the late Prime Minister, and you know the Prime Minister in most of his lives has been jailed, exiled, and so forth. Mama Aida has never been jailed, has never been convicted in a court of law, has never been charged, despite the fact that she was with the Baba all her life. And that has not been easy. So I think she really meets all the requirements to represent this country on matters environment and specifically UNEP. So I don't want to take much ado. I'm sure members want to ventilate and give them time, because as a committee, we did our work. We have gone through the nominees' credentials and found out that she's fit to hold this position and represent the country. I therefore second the motion, and I beg to second and ask the House to approve the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Thank you, honorable members. I'll now propose the question at order number 8, which is that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, EGH, as the permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program. Nyikal, we put the question. Nyikal.
Thank you,
Let's
Honorable Speaker.
Hold on, Dr. Nyikal. How much time do you want us to spend on this? Ever remember 2 minutes? Yes, Robert Mbui. Dr. Nyikal, take your seat. You have your space. Let me.
The leaders can get 5 minutes, the rest of us 2 minutes.
Okay.
And it will be fair.
Okay. The leaders 5 minutes, and the other members 2 minutes. Can we do this motion in 30 minutes?
1 hour. 1 hour.
Okay.
1 hour.
Order.
No, 10 minutes. 20 minutes.
Like I said, Mama Migori, if the submissions and contributions are to Tologas, we'll move to the next business. Yes, Nyikal? Dr. Nyikal, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As is in the mood of the House, the credentials of Mama Ida Betty Odinga, her experience, her exposure, in both in politics, professionally, and in leadership, her credentials, educational ones, are impeccable. So the committee has actually made a decision in line with what most of us thought when the appointment was made. Her credentials, her ability has been recognized within the country, outside the country. Many universities have given her honorary doctorate positions, positions of leadership, and even canon in the church. With a person like her, Mr. Speaker, I do not think we even need to discuss more, and I'm most happy that you have given me the chance to say something about her. I fully support her appointment as recommended by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Milemba?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. In 1982, when my father used to buy the Standard newspaper, and I think the price was about 2 shillings or 1 shilling and 80 cents, I remember vividly reading the story of Mama Ida when she was being removed from one of the houses in the schools. And that was because her husband had been imprisoned courtesy of the coup that had just occurred. But the way Mama handled herself, and since then having been an educator for the long time, because by that particular time, Honorable Speaker, she had taught for more than 20 years. Her life thereafter became a diplomatic life, leading and negotiating with all parties in this country, whether it was NASA or CORD or any other organizations. I'm sure she was doing a lot of diplomacy behind her late husband, Raila Odinga. So this is a great diplomat who can handle that position very well. I want to wish her the very best as she undertakes to take this job on behalf of this country, and I'll be asking the House to support. Thank you.
Yes, Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this issue of the permanent rep to the UNEP, Mr. Speaker, I think there's no better person to serve in that capacity than Dr. Ida Odinga, because of her service to the nation, Mr. Speaker. And also, she has also been an excellent teacher. In fact, she's taught people that have gone on into leadership positions, like the governor of Machakos was a student in Kenya High. So this is a person with the impeccable credentials. She's also been a mother of democracy for this country, because she suffered under the hands of previous regimes when her husband served detention without trial, and she had to run her family during the period that he was absent. Later on, Mr. Speaker, you notice that she also had to sacrifice her husband to the country, because he's helped shape the politics of this nation for those years. And that was also a sacrifice for her to have allowed him to be doing that work. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a perfect person for that position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mama Migori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to declare that Mama Ida is our daughter. She is a daughter of Migori County, and we are very proud of her. I also want to tell Kenyans that Mama Ida stands on her own stairs. She is not leaned towards who Baba was. She is a woman of substance, a woman who really deserves any position that should desire to be. And she's a very straightforward woman, a woman who has brought up so many Kenyans as her daughters and sons. And we are very proud of her. She is a Christian, a well-educated woman. We are very proud of our daughter, and we know that she will serve Kenya and make Kenya proud. Kudos, Mama. We love you. And as you do all your things, just remember, we will never, ever forsake your being with us. We love you, and congratulations, Mama. Congratulations to Kenya, too.
Thank you. Member for Turkana, Honorable Emade. Go ahead. Give Honorable Emade the mic. There's one next to you there, on your right. On your right.
Six of the best is here. Here.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, to our wives outside there, take care of your husbands. When they are not in the world, you will get the legacy that is left by them. And as we always say, behind every man, there is a wife, a good wife. Number two, Honorable Speaker, Africa rejected Raila. May his soul rest in peace. But Kenya has been
He was not rejected. He just didn't win the election.
Yes.
That's not a rejection.
Through the elections in Addis Ababa. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya has done a good service to the family by remembering that there was a person who was behind Raila. And we ask her that when you are in the seat, please represent us well as Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you. Otieno Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick points. One, under the Act, 3 things are supposed to be satisfied. Professional training, experience, and integrity. Mama Ida stands tall as a professional, having been educated in the University of Nairobi, and then proceeded to teach a lot of professionals including serving as a UN Peace Ambassador. And she also managed her family business, Spectre International, for all these years, as our icon was busy trying to mend this country. And Mama Ida is of impeccable integrity. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the Act requires the permanent representative to represent Kenya's foreign policy objective at UNEP. It is not a representative of the president or the president's governing party. It is of Kenya's foreign policy objective, which is primarily determined by this country. And those, therefore, who want to confuse Kenyans must know that that is not the position. Number three, Mr. Speaker, Mama Ida is has endured the longest sufferance in terms of political intolerance. The longest person to suffer this is our late statesman, Raila Amolo Odinga. But in all that time, Mama Ida stayed put, and she suffered perhaps even more than Raila when he was jailed. Lastly, it is to be noted that there was no legitimate objection that was raised against Mama Ida as she joins this list of distinguished Kenyans, including the late Ambassador Pamela Mboya. We support, Mr. Speaker.
Harold Kipchumba. You are not Harold Kipchumba, are you?
I am here.
Harold Kipchumba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. From the word go, I want to support and declare that I call her Mama. Canon Dr. Ida Odinga is the matriarch that Kenyans need, that we've missed over the time. And as in the days of Esther of the Bible, I believe this is a time that we've gotten a person that can stand in the gap on foreign policy for our country. This assignment calls for the consistent resilience and the inner strength of a person that has been defined through life both as a pillar of family and leadership of the late Raila Odinga. There's an emerging doubt out there in the world about the climate change not being real. This is a time that Kenya is going to offer a representative with steady hands to this helm. It is my wish to bless our journey and pray for her. May it be well with Mama Ida. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hassan of Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to support the proposal to nominate, to confirm the nomination of Ida Odinga. And I consider her an extraordinary person, a freedom fighter who has been in the trenches for the democracy and the change that we enjoy at the moment for the longest period in the history of Kenya. I also think that she has played a very pivotal role in the fight for social change, social justice, equity, and particular when you look at the struggle for our women who have been denied positions of leadership. And she has played that really with a lot of considerations in her lifetime, as we know now. I also say that I recall when I was in exile in the 80s, when she was fired from her job and thrown out of her house when her husband was in prison. As a member of the Committee for the Release of Political Prisoners at that time, we came to her support and we made sure that in fact she got accommodation and shelter, as well as to be able to take her kids to school. And I consider her the most eminent person that we are nominating for this particular position. She is well qualified for it, and I want to congratulate her, and I think she would do an excellent job for the people of Kenya in that position.
Rueda.
Asante Bwana Spika. Mwanzo nataka nami nimpongeze rais mwanzo, kisha nimpongeze Bi Aida. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, mwanamke mwenye busara, mwanamke mwenye jitihada nyingi na mwanamke mwenye kusimama na wanawake wenzake. Nimeona wanawake wengi, hata kama mimi sijapitia kwa mikono hiyo, lakini nimeona wanawake wengi wamepitia kwa mikono hiyo. Namuombea kila laheri huku anapokwenda, ahakikishe vile vile anavyoendelea kufanya. Huyu ni mwanamke na nusu. Anatumia ile tunaambiwa mwanamke akitaka kuonekana mpaka ufanye mara mbili ya mwanamume. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari kabisa. Huko anapokwenda asimamishe Kenya, aweke bendera ya Kenya juu na atujenge jina la wanawake. Asante Bwana Spika.
You're done? Yes, Andon Oluoch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to highlight some of the things that I think maybe needs to be known about Mama Aida. Other than the name that is known to her by the name Mother of the Nation, Mama Aida was not just mother to her 4 children. She was mother of the nation. We've had 3 first ladies, but only one known by the name Minpiny, translated as Mother of the Nation. She carried out herself with a lot of dignity and represented the soft power behind the persona that we knew that was Raila Amolo Odinga. Unbeknown to many, she had many, many other projects in terms of her education, background, and credentials. I happen to be a trustee in what she has started and is almost being launched in her alumni called Dr. Aida Odinga Library Resource Center. As a mentor of many girls, she is patron to what you call Linda Kesho, where she mentors young children and brings dignity to them. Under Article 73, leadership and state officers are supposed to bring to this office a lot of things that you find in Mama Aida, dignity and other things. Lastly, we must condemn the social media attack that came post the death of Raila Amolo Odinga, trying to bring down the name, the legacy, and the persona of Mama for apparently no reason. We must shame these people. We must shame them. And so I stand here to support on behalf of the sons and daughters of Mama Aida that there can be no better representative to the UNEP than Dr. Mama Aida Odinga Cannon. Thank you.
Karima of Women. Go ahead, Wakili. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope you'll not be confusing me again, Speaker, with that man. He is not, we are not of the same caliber in many ways. It's only that we are colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I thank the President for appointing Mama Aida to this good position, which, Mr. Speaker, is a very honorable position in this Republic of Kenya. That position has not been earned by many people, and if to pick Mama Aida to represent Kenya on that position is something wonderful. I congratulate Mama Aida for being appointed, and when she appeared before us in the committee, she really impressed the committee, and according to her, she is so much committed to our work. The point is that she's a model example to many mothers, to our good ladies, that if they can take care of their good husbands, at the end of the day, they have to leap out of what they have been doing. Because actually, if you look at it well, it's out of recognition of Baba, the way she has been supporting Baba, and even her own status. She is entitled to that position. And I know she is going to deliver, and she will make this country proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wanjala. Rafael Wanjala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I start by saying, behind every successful man, there is a woman.
And behind every failure?
Behind every successful man, there is a woman. That's what I say. And for Wanjala, there might be women. There's no problem because Mr. Speaker, yes, I also want to congratulate His Excellency the President for this appointment, that he got it right. And I want also to agree with the Vice Chair of that committee that this is the only time they have gotten the right CV. The rest Kenyans have been doubting what they have been passing here, bringing to us. I want to agree with him that they are brought here, some of them are people who don't qualify to be ambassadors. And they have been brought to this house and they have been passed, Honorable Speaker. Because this is, even me, I agree with them that this is the best CV they have brought to this house. And that's why I'm able now to contribute on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the 30 minutes allocated is running out. Is running out. Kaluma. Kaluma. Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I came from abroad today to speak to this motion. And, and you know you sent me out of the country. Honorable Speaker, there is interference here. I hope my time will be guillotined. But Honorable Speaker, the qualifications of Dr. Canon Betty Ida Odinga has been spoken to. I will not dwell on that. Honorable Speaker, Mama Ida was sadistically sacked from public service before on what was sadistically then termed public interest. I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, Mama Ida Odinga has been nominated and brought before us, again in public interest, this time to pass her. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the President in a very sincere way for this recognition and for the honor vested upon Mama Ida Odinga as a person. Let me also thank Mama Ida Odinga for accepting this nomination to serve the state. We have very many people with the qualifications, with the gravitas, with the dignity, with the grace, with the poise. But Honorable Speaker, you see them loitering outside there instead of giving themselves to serve, the nation in this capacity. The nation called Kenya is going to be a big beneficiary of this. But lastly, Honorable Speaker, there is the project Anthony Oluoch mentioned, which is Dr. Ida Odinga Library and Resource Center. It is in a school in my constituency called Ogande Girls. And if you doubted what Mama Ida has been doing without shouting, go to that project, which hopefully will be launching in March, and I'm inviting my colleagues. Hopefully Mama Ida will be ambassador there. I invite you to see what this great lady we are approving today has been doing behind the screens, as we even send her to go to you.
Your time is up. Bensouda. After Bensouda, Junet Biredi, and then Ichungwa, then we reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to the most distinguished Canon Ida Dr. Betty Odinga for being nominated to this position. Allow me also to recognize and appreciate the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, as a scholar who saw it wise that a scholar deserves that position, and also saw the need that women are capable and competent. Let that lens be continuously magnified so that it can continue seeing more women who can be put in various positions. Honorable Speaker, I rise to talk about Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga on her presentability. Not only taking care of men, but there are some men you can take care of them and they don't take care of you. So which means in the family of the enigma who passed on, it was a two-way traffic. That is why His Excellency, the late Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga, passed on when he had a woman, not women. A woman, not women. Number two, Wanjala, just relax. Number two, I want to say that as women, I inclusive, Honorable Speaker, the presentability I'm talking about, I can demystify in terms of her intellect, how she presents herself. Go to her house, how she even prepares food. Look at her total dressing. Look at her words. She doesn't dig the words. She talks with calculation, with a lot of psychological influence and intelligence. And that is why I want to say that when she's going to present and represent this nation, we have just gotten it right. Honorable
Deva, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with your approval, thank you. I want to say that I know at times we women, we are being mistaken for jealousy, that women are their own weapons. Look at Dr. Ida Betty Odinga when we lost our enigma. She gave this nation the ample time and freedom to mourn Jacob Baba. May his soul rest in peace without limitation. I want to say that she is the patron of what is known as the story of the daughters of the lake. I want to say it is called Sigand Nyinam. And I want to say that women in this nation must recognize, must respect Dr. Ida Betty Odinga. This far she brought us, we must reciprocate. Honorable Speaker, you have improved this parliament. And I want to thank you so much. The aesthetic of this parliament is above board. Organize a real dinner in honor of Canon Dr.
Jonette. Honorable Bensouda, did you read a book by Molière called The Imaginary Invalid? Go ahead, Jonette.
Mr. Speaker, I have very little to add after the speech of Dr. Bensouda Osogo, doctor.
The boisterous speech.
Plus the presentation, Mr. Speaker, and the dressing herself today, the way she's dressed, Dr. Bensouda herself, Mr. Speaker, says a lot. She prepared for the day, Mr. Speaker, to come and do her presentation. Mr. Speaker,
she can't beat Kaluma, who just flew in to speak to them.
No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, did Kaluma not only come fast, he also cut his trip short, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that he contributes to this motion. He cut his trip short in New York, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also join my colleagues in supporting the recommendation of the committee that we approve Dr. Canon Ida Odinga as the representative of UNEP for this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of us, you know, we came through Baba's hands, but likewise we came through Dr. Ida's hands, Mr. Speaker. She is a diplomat par excellence, Mr. Speaker, and I remember many times when you have issues even politically in our party and others, she played a big role in solving them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Bensouda that the way she cooks food, one of the things that I will ever remember about Dr. Ida Odinga, Mr. Speaker, when you go to her home and visit her late husband, and she's there and there is food, Mr. Speaker, in spite of her stature in the society, she is the one who will serve you the food. She will be the one who will pour the tea into your cup and ask you, have you eaten food? And she will make sure you don't leave her home without eating. I saw that as a big diplomacy, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, she also had a very long, distinguished career in education. She also had a very long, distinguished career in civil society, advocacy for human rights, and constitutionalism, Mr. Speaker. She has been beside her husband. She has been supportive of her husband in everything he has done in this world, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with members that there is no better person to serve this country at that level than her. Mr. Speaker, as a family, they are very passionate about environmental matters. You remember the late our party leader, Mr. Speaker, how passionate he was about environmental issues. The way he was conserving Mau Forest, Mr. Speaker, until it almost costed him his political life. She was supportive of that. She was beside him when he was doing all that, Mr. Speaker. And she was to advance that agenda forward on his behalf and on behalf of our family, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity in this House to disabuse some section of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, who always link every appointment that is made in this country to politics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mama Ida is not looking for a salary. She's not looking for an allowance. She is taking up this job to serve Kenya, Mr. Speaker, so that she can be remembered as a woman who has served her country when she was called to that Mr. Speaker, to that job. Mr. Speaker, there are Kenyans all over in social media castigating people. Oh, you don't deserve this. Oh, you have sold out. Oh, you have done this. Give us a break. Shame on you, those kind of Kenyans. And they know themselves, the people I'm talking about. They have been on the barrage of attacking her, attacking our party, attacking us on the social media for why she is standing out to serve her country, Mr. Speaker. Every Kenyan is willing and ready to serve his or her country when called upon, Mr. Speaker. So if you are not ready to serve your country, shut up and go and do other things. There are other businesses you can do, farming and other things, Mr. Speaker. Let us not politicize. Let us not balkanize the country all the time that any Kenyan is called to serve his country, Mr. Speaker. There are people actually who are hell-bent to make sure that certain people who come from certain part of this country should not serve this country, Mr. Speaker. Whenever we get appointment from that part of the country, is a problem. Even when the broad-based government was formed, they keep on talking about the few appointments that come from that side. They never talk about the appointments that come from other parts of the country. Give us a break. Let Mama Ida Odinga serve our country. She is ready to serve. She is willing to serve. She has served the country before. She has done a good job for this country. She has participated in the democratization of this country. She suffered for this country. She was removed from her job because of this country. Mr. Speaker, let us give her all the accolades. Let us support her. Let us approve her in this House, Mr. Speaker. And it is Kenyans who will benefit from her service, not herself, Mr. Speaker. She has done everything she could do in this country. She has brought up politicians. She has done everything she could. It is the benefit of this country for us to have somebody of Mama Ida's stature to serve us at the UNEP, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House.
Michungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me, Honorable Speaker, agree with everybody who has spoken that we are approving a great person and a lady of impeccable credentials. Honorable Speaker, looking through her CV, I noted that Dr. Betty Odinga has also served or has experience in international forums, and therefore sits at a very pivotal position today to serve in this diplomatic role as our permanent representative to UNEP. And she has experience in international forums such as the UN Commission on the Status of Women. And this has very well equipped her to serve in the position that she has been nominated in. Honorable Speaker, let me not belabor what has been said of Dr. Ida Odinga, that she has sacrificed for this country. And that sacrifice cannot go for nothing. And I want to agree with Honorable Junet. It is not fair that you demonize people on the basis of their names or the places where they come from. And that habit that is there among us, a few of us as Kenyans, should come to an end. Because Dr. Betty Ida Odinga, Canon, has served this country through the service that Baba Raila Amolo Odinga served this country over the years in her own way. And those who have served with her in ODM or under the tutelage or under the stewardship of Raila Amolo Odinga can attest to that. And even those of us who have never had the opportunity to work with or in ODM can see it from where we are. And we have seen the sacrifices that this lady, this great lady of our nation, has offered to this country by serving not just her husband, the party, and the nation. True, as has been said, she left public service as a teacher who had served diligently in the teaching profession. But she never stopped serving the people of Kenya. And I want to bear witness to what Honorable Kaluma is saying, because last June, Honorable Speaker, you remember we were with you in Homa Bay during the Madaraka Day celebrations. And I had an opportunity to sit with the former Prime Minister and Mama Ida, and she passionately spoke about the school in Homa Bay and the work that she's doing. And last year, Honorable Speaker, you remember, we all joined in to contribute to the work that Mama Ida Odinga has been doing in that school. And I want to promise Honorable Kaluma, we shall be there to witness the opening of that great facility that Mama Ida has helped the children of Homa Bay and the children of Kenya to build. And she did this not from a position in government or anywhere. She did the work that she has done in that school as a former student or an old girl of that school. And she has done very well, Honorable Speaker. And therefore have no doubt that she will be able to leverage on her diplomatic credentials, her skills as a teacher, and leverage also on the social capital that she has built over the years. Because Mama Ida Odinga is not any other ordinary lady in this country, or in fact in the world. She has social capital that she has built, courtesy of being the spouse of a great statesman and a nationalist and a Pan-Africanist in the person of Raila Odinga. And therefore, she will be able to leverage on that social capital and the networks that she has built over the years to position our country even in a better place, Honorable Speaker. Remember, this is the only country in the Global South that hosts a UN headquarters in this UNEP. Therefore, I look forward to Mama Ida Odinga being able to use her networks, the social capital she has built across the globe over the years, to be able even to pull more UN headquarters into this country, Honorable Speaker. You've seen what has happened in New York, where Honorable Kaluma has just flown in from this morning. Many of the UN agencies that were there are relocating to other places. And there is no better home.
Not other places, to Nairobi.
To Nairobi.
Yes.
I was going to say there is no better home for UN agencies than Nairobi. And we look forward to Mama Ida Odinga using her social capital, her networks globally, to be able to convince other global players and the UN family to set up more of their headquarters in Nairobi as they are doing, so that we have more agencies that will be able to create more opportunities for our young people in terms of jobs or job opportunities, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and urge the House to approve this great lady of our nation and a great daughter, not just of Migori and Homa Bay, but a great daughter of Kenya and Africa, to serve the world, because she deserves to go on and serve the world. And as Junet has said, she's not getting this position, Honorable Speaker, to serve herself. At her age, Honorable Speaker, and you know you cannot tell her age, because Honorable Speaker, I was going to say, you will not even tell that Mama Ida is as elderly as she is, because she still looks young and beautiful, energetic, and very visionary in what she is going to do in the service of the world, not just this country. And I support her, Honorable Speaker, and I urge the House to fully approve and quickly approve this. I think we have everything that we need today. We have the numbers, and everybody is supporting. I have not had even a single voice of dissent. Thank you, Honorable. Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to totally associate with the sentiments by honorable colleagues here on Mama Ida. Particular mention to the sentiments by Honorable Bensouda. She's captured the mood and the writing of our report, and I really want to appreciate on that. Honorable Speaker, we want to wish Mama Ida all the best as she goes to a next phase of profession, rather a next phase of career in diplomacy. And as the world is confronted with changing dynamics in environment and with challenges in the environmental sector, no better person will step forward better than Mama Ida Odinga. I want to wish her all the best. The committee also did express, continue to pray for her and her family after the demise of the former Prime Minister. Personally, I'm known to two members of that family, Raila Odinga Jr. and Winnie Odinga and Rosemary. I pray for them, and I wish Mama Ida Odinga all the best in our next phase of this career in the United Nations Environment Program. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Elijah, take your seat. Melly, take the nearest seat. Thank you, honorable members. With a light touch, Mandela said, behind every successful man, there is a woman. Who stands behind a failing man? I now put the question at order number 8, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, EGH, as the permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Members, I suggest that we also go the same way on this. Chonga, you move. Then members are given an opportunity to speak for 2 minutes. And the leaders, 3 minutes each. Yes, Robert?
Thank you, Speaker.
Order. Yes, Robert Mbui. Are you in agreement?
Agreement, Mr. Speaker, but note that we have the CS coming in at 4.
Yes.
So we have about 17 minutes, so we
Yes.
may need to just
Yes.
rush through quickly.
Okay. Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Labour on the approval hearing of Mr. Francis Major for appointment as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. On Tuesday, the 10th February 2026, the Speaker of the National Assembly relayed the message from His Excellency, the President of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to members and referred the nominee's name together with the curriculum vitae to the Departmental Committee on Labour for approval hearing, vetting, and report of the House. While referring the matter to the committee, the Speaker directed that the committee undertake the approval hearing and report to the House within 14 days in accordance with Section 11, subsection 7 of the PSC Act, Cap 185. House Speaker. Further, noting the recruitment process and the subsequent recommendation of appointment and detailed in the report of the selection panel, the nomination of Mr. Francis Major as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission was in compliance with Article 250, subsection 2 of 2C of the Constitution, Section 11, subsection 6 of the Parliamentary Service Commission Act, Cap 185, and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. Honorable Speaker, while conducting the approval hearing, the committee was guided by statutes and articles of the Constitution of Kenya, including the Public Appointments Act, Cap 7F, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Leadership and Integrity, and Article 118 of the Constitution on Public Participation. Honourable Speaker, in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 118, subsection 1B of the Constitution, Section 6, subsection 4 of the Public Appointments Act, Cap 7F, and National Assembly Standing Orders Act, Section 45, subsection 3, the Clerk of the National Assembly on Thursday, 12th February 2026, facilitated placement of an advert in the print media, notifying the public on the date, time, and place of approval hearing of the nominee. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Section 6, subsection 9 of the Public Appointments Approval Act, Cap 7F, the clerk invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath affidavits, that is, with supporting the evidence contesting the suitability of the nominee to hold the aforementioned office. The memoranda were to be received by Thursday, 19th February 2026 at 5 p.m. By the close of the deadline, the committee had received 3 memoranda on contestation of the suitability of the nominee. Honorable Speaker, further, on Friday, 13th February 2026, the clerk wrote to the nominee notifying him of the date, time, and place of approval hearing, which was scheduled to be conducted on Friday, 20th February 2026 in the committee room number 18, Bunge Towers, Parliament Building at 10 a.m. Honorable Speaker, the nominee appeared before the committee on Friday, 20th February 2026, and was orally interviewed under oath pursuant to Article 250, subsection 12 of the Constitution, the Public Appointments Act, Cap 7F, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and the National Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, before I provide the findings of the Departmental Committee on the approval hearing, allow me to give a brief overview of members' guidance. The report is structured as follows. Chapter 1 is the introduction report. Chapter 2 provides the background of the nomination process, including the legal framework, notification nominations to the...
Chonga, the material you are
I'm almost done, Mr. Speaker.
You're almost done?
Yes.
Otherwise, you are putting excess unnecessary material.
No, I'm almost done.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that Article 250, subsection 6 provides that members of the commission and holders of independent offices are appointed for a single non-renewable 6-year term with no liability of reappointment, whereas there has been a practice of members of the commission serving for one commission to another. Hence, the need to clarify whether the intention of the Constitution limiting the 6 years term to a specific commission or to all commissions, so that the member serves only in one commission for a maximum of 6 years and is not eligible for reappointment in any other commission or beyond the 6 years. Honorable Speaker, in light of the above, the committee recommends a constitutional amendment of Article 250, subsection 6, to provide clarity on the 6-year term, single term non-renewable in any commission or independent office. Honorable Speaker, emanating from the above observations, the committee recommends that the House approve the appointment of Mr. Francis Major to be the chairperson of the Public Service Commissioner. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and now I request Honorable Otiende Omolo, Senior Counsel, Amolo, to second the motion. Thank you.
Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this special motion. Mr. Speaker, this nominee's academic qualification, professional experience, and integrity were not brought into question. What was brought into question was eligibility on 4 different areas. It behoves us to disabuse everyone's mind on those issues, and I'll address them seriatim. Mr. Speaker, is the nominee eligible under Article 233.3? The argument being, he is a serving commissioner with PSC. How can he transit to be the chair? Mr. Speaker, this matter has been settled because it is with precedence, starting with this House. Mr. Speaker, when you are nominated to be the Speaker, I was one of those who objected that you are serving as a senator and that you are not therefore eligible. Based on prior precedent, even before your time, it was interpreted that what is important is at the point of appointment. That particular view has been variously stated here. And we have various members of parliament who've gone on to be cabinet secretaries and who have resigned just before appointment. That particular position has also been restated by the courts. In the case of Omondi and others versus AG, which was determined in 2025, the court did find that it is at the point of appointment that the issue arises. So as long as the nominee resigns before, they are eligible. Unless and until that matter is appealed and that decision changed, this objection cannot stand. And I agree completely with the committee. Is there a term limit of 6 years? The answer is yes. But there's a distinction. Mr. Speaker, under the Constitution, this House is called to approve only 2 categories of commissioners: the person as chair and then the commissioners. If you are approved as chair, you can only serve as chair for that commission for a flat 6 years. And if you are approved as a commissioner, similarly. But there is no bar, not in the Constitution, not in any legislation, that stops you from transitioning from a member to the chair.
Or even from a chair of one commission
to another. Yes, absolutely no bar. If you want to be a professional commissioner, and this House finds that it is okay, there's nothing wrong with that. And on that recommendation, I will beg the committee to consider that we don't need an amendment. There are some people who do well in commissions. If this House decides to take them to another commission, so be it. It is only if you are the vice chair that the issue might arise, because this House does not approve a vice chair. This House approves a commissioner. So transitioning as a vice chair, then that would raise a problem. Thirdly, is there a conflict of interest under the Conflict of Interest Act? The answer is no. The objection was that this nominee may have participated in the process. But the selection panel is clear, and the committee has outlined it. This nominee did not participate at any stage, so there is no conflict of interest. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, it is an objection that the nominee participated in the gubernatorial elections for Kajiado County. Mr. Speaker, it is not an objection that the nominee was a candidate or even a seconder, participated. Mr. Speaker, it is the duty of every Kenyan, it is their civic duty to participate in elections. Even judges participate in elections. So participation cannot be a problem. In fact, if the allegation was that the nominee did not participate, it would be more legitimate, because it would mean the nominee does not care about the affairs of this country. As I close, Mr. Speaker, I note that of the 3 persons who objected, some of them have actually gone to court, and there are active court orders, but they have not succeeded in getting any adverse orders in court. And there would be no reason, therefore, to get such favorable determination in this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, Honorable Tenda Molo. And indeed, even if they had gotten the orders, they will not injunct us from doing what we are doing. We can finish our work and they can go to court. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Public Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 2332 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Francis Major as the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Yes. Ngogoyo. I'll give three for 2 minutes each. Then your leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, these are the rare appointments that the President does very well. Francis Ole Major. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman was the registrar of motor vehicle before NTSA came into being. He also foresaw NTSA from what it was on its inception to what it is today. Among the few people who get into institution as a CEO, and members of their community are not the majority in that organization. A very fair gentleman in terms of leading an organization. Mr. Speaker, I saw in the report of the committee that there was an objection that he filed. Mr. Speaker, he tried to be the governor of Kajiado, which he never became. He went through the nomination, he did not go through. He did not go for Mandamano, he did not go for an election petition. He went home. And as fate would have it, today, he has been nominated to this particular position. Mr. Speaker, while he comes from Kajiado and somebody that I know, but I want to say that there are many times we get incompetent people in offices, incompetent in terms of performance. I can bet that this gentleman will serve this country with distinction as the chair of the Public Service Commission. So congratulations, and I want to ask members of this House, kindly let us approve Francis Olemeja. Though he has been nominated by President William Ruto, he is good for the country and for the Republic of Kenya. He is a worker, a diligent servant, and a good son from Kajiado County. Unlike many that might have come from our county, this one is an excellent gentleman. Thank you very much.
Yes, Murugara. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to inform Honorable Ngongoyo that, in fact, the president, who is the appointing person, possibly knows Francis Major better than you do, not the fact that you represent him in Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I support this special motion and confirm that I actually know Mr. Francis Major during his stint at NTSA. In the last Parliament, we did many regulations for NTSA, and he was in the forefront of bringing those before the Committee on Delegated Legislation. He is a capable person. There is no reason whatsoever why this House should reject him, and we expect him to actually serve the Public Service Commission with distinction. This is purely because, being a commissioner there, he has now gained some experience, and that experience is going to be of help to him when it comes to chairing that particular commission. So, Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to actually approve this appointment. We move on and have the chairperson of that commission in office. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues in supporting the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on its approval of Mr. Francis Major as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. As Sir George has put it, we interacted with Major many times during my time in the Delegated Legislation Committee, and I found him a very competent, level-headed, sober, and objective gentleman. I do hope and pray he will carry the same values, the same virtues, and the same work ethics as he assumes one of the most important independent commissions created under the Constitution of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, there are so many challenges facing the public service, very many of them. And I do hope and believe, with also his experience in public service, he will continuously and over time address those challenges so that the civil service can offer services to this country objectively and commitment so that we can move this country to the next level. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support and wish him well.
Olendutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this very important nomination. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the President, sincerely commend and thank the President for nominating Francis Major as a chairperson of our Public Service Commission. As a Kenyan and a leader, we are very grateful as a Maasai community for the trust and the faith on us demonstrated by the President in nominating Francis Major. Dr. William Ruto has indeed picked a qualified Kenyan with a proven track record for the right job. Honorable Speaker, Francis Major brings a lot of extensive wealth of experience in leadership, having served our country in different leadership roles. Recently, as a member of the Public Service Commission, besides being the Registrar of Motor Vehicle, leadership position in the past. Francis Major is known for his leadership as a founding Director General of National Transport and Safety Authority. Mr. Speaker, following his nomination as the Chair of Public Service Commission, Major brings a lot of experience in public sector reform, banking, and strategic management. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Francis Major nomination signify a focus on improving management of public service with his leadership style. I support the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you, Olendutu. Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the committee, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, in Parliament here, we have a standing committee of national cohesion, Mr. Speaker, that has done a lot of report on the way the public service is constituted, Mr. Speaker. And they have raised many, many serious issues, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy today that somebody from Kajiado with the name Ole Major is becoming the chair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since independence, there has been a skewed manner of appointment in the public service, Mr. Speaker. And there are certain communities that are almost reaching 50% of other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I want Francis Major to address that matter with the agency it deserves, Mr. Speaker, so that every Kenyan feels that he's part and parcel of this civil society that serves them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, civil society, the public service, is the face of the unity of this country, Mr. Speaker. This is how, the easiest way you can know whether this country is united or not. Mr. Speaker, when we have skewed appointments, you know, this community is 26% in public service, this other one is 20, and the third one is 18, and the rest are 6%, 4%, Mr. Speaker, then we are not equal society. And that is not what our Constitution is talking about under Article 10, Mr. Speaker, of cohesion and equal opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this public service is a monster. It's an elephant that nobody knows. This public service, this thing is called what? Public Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. It's a monster that you cannot understand its way of operation. You cannot understand the way they recruit people. They just advertise. But by the time advertisements are made, Mr. Speaker, they have decided who's going to be appointed. The interviews are just formalities, Mr. Speaker. We want Francis Major to go there and enhance transparency, Mr. Speaker, so that every Kenyan, irrespective of where he comes from, gets an equal opportunity to serve this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will see a long advert in the newspaper all the time, every Tuesday. But when you look at the kind of people that are being appointed, you will see one county or one region having, if it's a 50 appointment of 50 people, 26 or 30 people, and the rest of the Kenyans get drops of 1 or 2 from each county, Mr. Speaker. If we continue with that trend, and I know Major, the way he has done a good job at NTSA, he can do a good job. If we continue with that trend, Mr. Speaker, that is the beginning of the fall of this country, Mr. Speaker. So I have a lot of faith and hope that Mr. Francis Major will change that, Mr. Speaker, and I support his appointment.
Ichungwa. Chonga, get ready to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also join everybody else in supporting the appointment of Major, Francis Major. And as has been said, this was our inaugural DG of NTSA, and he did a splendid job at NTSA. And I know when I say Major to Francis that patience pays. He knows what I mean when I say patience pays, because he's been a patient man, after he lost his bid to be the governor for Kajiado County. And he's been patient and very diligent in many of the public appointments that he has had, including his term as a commissioner at the Public Service Commission. I pray, like everybody else, that you inject the professionalism that he conducted his work as DG of NTSA, even into the public service, to ensure that there is fairness in the recruitment of public officers around the country, that all Kenyans who deserve and who are qualified to serve in the public service get that fair opportunity. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Chonga, yes, Kaluma. I said 3-3 and your leaders, and I've exhausted. Chonga.
Speaker, I am being seduced to donate 1 minute to Honorable Kaluma.
Avoid that seduction. Move.
Well guided, Speaker. Speaker, let me take this opportunity, first of all, to appreciate all the members who have contributed to this report. Honestly, we have done our due diligence, and we realized that Francis indeed was qualifying for this position. And as well articulated by Honorable Tiendo Molo, more especially for the sections that were being contested as to why Francis should not be, Francis Major should not be the chairperson of Public Commission, have been very well analyzed to the extent that all of us understand that whoever was contesting might have been doing it not in good faith. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, beg that I reply and move this report.
Naomi, take a seat. Yeah? Take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Public Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 2332 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Francis Major as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next. We'll dispose of the next motion in the same way. The minister is now in the House waiting.
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of the field development plan and production sharing contracts for 2 blocks in Turkana County.
Chairperson, Committee on Energy, Gikaria. Give Gikaria the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Joint Committee of the Departmental Committee on Energy of the National Assembly and the Standing Committee on Energy on the State of the Senate on consideration of the Field Development Plan for South Lokichal Basin and the production sharing contract.
The motion as framed on the order paper. No shortcuts.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on their consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contract for Block T6, T7 in South Lokichal Basin, Turkana County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 31 of the Constitution and Section 31(2)(a) of the Petroleum Act, Cap 308, approves the ratification of the Field Development Plan and the Production Sharing Contract for Block T6, T7 in South Lokichal Basin, Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all say that this is one of the biggest investment that will be happening in the country, Honorable Speaker, that is going to invest around 1.9 trillion Kenya shillings to be able to develop the Turkana in the oil in Turkana oil field. The South Lokichal Basin, Honorable Speaker, the PDF, that is production sharing contract, together with the associated production sharing contract in block T6 and T7 was tabled in the House on the 27th November 2025, pursuant to Article 71 of the Constitution. The article requires that any grant of right or concession for the exploitation of the natural resource by or on behalf of the national government be ratified by Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this PSC and FDP outlines the proposed commercial development in the 6 oil discoveries, Honorable Speaker. Article 96 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, mandates Senate to represent and protect the interests of counties and their governments. Article 95(2) of the Constitution mandates the National Assembly to deliberate on and resolve issues concerning the people of Kenya. And this is why, Honorable Speaker, both you and the Speaker of the Senate did pronounce yourself to the joint committee that undertook this exercise. The joint committee also received written memorandum, Honorable Speaker, from members of the public, various stakeholders, following advertisement placed on the newspaper on the 29th November 2025. It further engaged key stakeholders, including ministry, government agencies, oil and gas experts, and the contractor, that is Gulf Energy BV. Honorable Speaker, just to inform the House that one of the persons who came before the joint committee is a first-year student of petroleum engineering, a student from Kenyatta University, who gave a written memorandum, handwritten memorandum, Honorable Speaker, and presented, talking about various issues related to this. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that was talked about mostly this was about security, Honorable Speaker. Most of the people who gave their input, Honorable Speaker, talked about the security-related matters that might hamper the production of the crude oil. Honorable Speaker, notable issues that we talked about and observed were constitutional and legal compliance. Honorable Speaker, the whole project, the PDF and the production sharing contract, Honorable Speaker, did fall towards adhering and complying with the Constitution and the relevant laws. Honorable Speaker, the nature of the resources and the production realities. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that Kenya crude oil is a waxy and solidifies at room temperature. And that one, Honorable Speaker, because of the low sulfur, it is a very rich product. On unlocking the first oil in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, ratification will unlock Kenya's first commercial oil production, targeted for December 2026. Honorable Speaker, as I had said earlier, this is the largest single investment in the country. Honorable Speaker, this investment, the OPEX by itself will bring around 1 trillion shillings and the CAPEX around 900 billion. Honorable Speaker, around 73% of this will be left within Turkana for purposes of uplifting the Turkana County, Honorable Speaker. The economic and strategic value to the nation, Honorable Speaker, the government revenue is projected to be between 1.5 billion and 2.9 billion over the project life. Honorable Speaker, the project mobilizes around 7.6 billion in capital and operating expenditure. Honorable Speaker, there's transformational infrastructure development. Honorable Speaker, as we do this project, the government is going to invest on the enablers to a tune of over 56 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, ranging from the road infrastructure, electricity in terms of energy, water, Honorable Speaker, that will be done by KDF, that will not only benefit the production of the oil, but Honorable Speaker, the locals will also benefit from domestic use and irrigation. Honorable Speaker, on transformational infrastructure development, Honorable Speaker, is what I've spoken about the roads, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about the local content. Honorable Speaker, we have agreed that every job in that production cycle will be done by the locals from Turkana. 100% for the unskilled labor and around 70%, Honorable Speaker, for the skilled labor, depending on whether the Turkana community will be having those kind of profession within. Honorable Speaker, there will be trucks, over 600 trucks, Honorable Speaker, that will be used to, on the first phase, to ferry the crude oil from Turkana to Mombasa. Honorable Speaker, 85% of that will go to Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, we also looked into the environmental safeguards, and the FDP, the field development does assure us that the project adheres to international environmental and social standard, including zero routine flaring, biodiversity protecting measures, comprehensive waste, and also the safeguards to ensure responsible development without compromising environmental integrity. Honorable Speaker, the community engagement and benefit sharing. Honorable Speaker, it is as per the Petroleum Act that the government will be getting 75%, while the counties will be getting 20%, and the community from Turkana, particularly in the area where we'll be getting the oil, will be getting 5%, Honorable Speaker. It's also this did align with the national interest, Honorable Speaker. Ratification enables Kenya to move this discovery of the production of oil to avoid further investor uncertainty. Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying that this is more than a contract. It is a project that will finally unlock Kenya First Oil, deliver jobs, restore dignity in Turkana, strengthen our economy, and transform our national infrastructure. It complies fully with the Constitution and statutory requirements, respects community rights, safeguards our environment, and advances our national strategic interest. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I move that the House ratify the field development plan and the production sharing contract in Block T6 and T7 so that Kenya may take its rightful place among the oil-producing nation, secure posterity, and for generations to come. Honorable Speaker, I want to end there and invite my deputy, Honorable Lomenen Aramat, CBS MP, to second the motion. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Vicaria, you don't end there. You beg to move. You beg to move the motion and invite somebody to second.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion and invite Honorable Lomenen Aramat to second.
Aramat. Give Aramat the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Speaker. And Chairman, I'm not Lomenen, I'm Lamankan Aramat. Chairman, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second that the House adopt the report of the Joint Committee of Departmental Committee of Energy of the National Assembly and the Standing Committee of Energy of the Senate on the consideration of the field development plan for South Lochar Basin and the production sharing contract for the Block T and Block 7. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to labor much because our chairman has spoken, but allow me to say something, Honorable Speaker, that Article 71 of the Constitution, which require Parliament to ratify for any grant of rights to explore national resources, and the instrument before the House, tabled on 27 November 2022, including South Lochar Development Plan and the production sharing contracts for an associated addendum aligning the agreement to the Constitution and statutory framework under the Petroleum Act of 2019. Speaker, phase one that will start in 2026 to 2023, target a peak of 20,000 barrels of oil per day. And phase two of 2032 to 2050 will scale up to 50 barrels per day. Honorable Speaker, this is a capital-intensive undertaking that will have an approximately 753 billion and operating costs of 1.06 trillion. And despite this significant investment and projection, gross revenue stands at approximately 2.3 trillion over the life of the project. Honorable Speaker, we did intensive public participation, and the issue of land and compensation was a major concern for the people of Turkana. And the concern regarding compensation was addressed under Article 116 of the Petroleum Act, and the absence of the Gazette Land Value Index in Turkana. The National Land Commission is applying a hybrid valuation approach, combining market value and distribution allowance to ensure fairness and recognition of livelihood disruption. Honorable Speaker, the other key issue was water and security. Honorable Speaker, if you look at communities that we water in the dam that is approximately 16,500 metric tons per day that will be pumped to Lake Turkana. Honorable Speaker, the local content was also an issue that was looked at. And Honorable Speaker, we beg this House to pass to adopt this report of the Joint Committee as laid and tabled in the House. I second.
Order, members on their feet. Take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on their consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin, Turkana County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 71 of the Constitution and Section 31(2)(a) of the Petroleum Act, Cap 308, approves the ratification of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin, Turkana County. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, since I see the Cabinet Secretary is already in the vicinity of the House, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Committee for Energy for the great work they did, especially carrying out extensive public participation in the counties of Turkana, West Pokot, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Lamu, and Mombasa counties. And Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan people, when it was reported some years back, almost a decade ago, that we had discovered oil, have patiently waited for us to transition from the point of discovery to now development and production. And what we are doing this afternoon is to approve that field development plan and the production and profit sharing agreement that has been entered to between the developers and the government of Kenya. And for those who have cared to read the report that was tabled by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Gikaria, yesterday, this FDP, or this field development plan, covers at least 6 blocks. The blocks of Ngamia, Amosing, Twiga, Ekale, Agete, and Etom. And as you can see, Honorable Speaker, all the members from Turkana County, from the Honorable Ariko, Nicole, to the member for Loima, they are all in the House because this matter is very pertinent for them. Because many a times, Honorable Speaker, these people from the northern part of Kenya have been vilified because of the marginalization that pertained in our country since we gained our independence. Honorable Speaker, the session of paper number 10 of 1965 made our economy to grow in a very skewed manner. And these are things that we must speak out to and be open to, Honorable Speaker. And I know there are those who are petty, who see some regions of this country as worthless, that the north is dry and there's nothing valuable that comes from there, and even take the people from these areas with contempt. And I want to speak to those hate mongers, Honorable Speaker, and tell them that those places that you vilified in yesteryears are the new frontiers that will move our country to a first world nation, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we just approved the approval of the permanent representative to UNEP, Mama Ida Odinga. And matters climate change and fossil oils are a topical issue in the world today. But we cannot do away with fossil oil, Honorable Speaker, in a country that is still developing like ours. We must invest in these fossil oils to be able to move our economy to the next level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I went through last night through this report by the committee, and I must say they have done a splendid job. Through the public participation, all the salient issues that the people picked, from land compensation and the role that of the National Land Commission will play, to profit sharing between the government and the developer. We are moving away from a position where before we were to share profit 50-50, to a graduated profit sharing all the way to almost 75 and 80%, as I saw in the report, Honorable Speaker. You start with about 50-50 and end up to 75%, government taking 75% and the contractor 25%. To profit sharing between...
Give him 1 minute to finish.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying to profit sharing between the national government, because these are salient issues that have been raised over time. How much does national government get? 75%, county government 20%, and the local community. And how will the local community, and that is why you see all these members, the Honorable Rico and others from Turkana, to make sure that there is a way to ring fence, a mechanism to ring fence that 5% to make sure that that money actually goes to the local community who are giving their ancestral land, their community land for the development of these oil resources in our country. Honorable Speaker, let me not belabor what has been said, and members will be able to read the report and see that this is a momentous point in our nation and in the growth of our economy. This nation will be able to progress with the projected revenues, Honorable Speaker, of 2.32 trillion. Honorable Speaker, speaks volumes to what we are going to be doing in the next few weeks, to have a national sovereign wealth fund that will ensure that the money that is generated by such natural resources of our country do not go to waste. They benefit our generation and future generations, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to support and urge the House to support this field development and revenue sharing agreement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Locha Kapong, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a comment in relation to the report that has been presented by the Honorable Kikaria and the committee. Whereas I see good intentions in this report, the development and production sharing of Block T6 and T7, I have not seen anywhere within this report where they are talking about what happens to the owners of water, because this oil requires water, and this water is coming from Takwel. And we are being told that here we are talking about a supply of water for domestic, for irrigation within West Pokot and Turkana. We are being given truck parks along the road. And then they are also saying projects of irrigation will be shared between Turkana County and West Pokot. But specifically, they are now saying that where we are producing the oil, then we have the national government, we county government, and the community in that area. Now, how will the community benefit?
Point made. Ariko. Your time is up. Ariko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a word on this matter of Lokichar Oil Development Project. Honorable Speaker, God is great. God has seen Turkana County, God has seen Kenya, that will be in the league of oil-producing countries in the world. Honorable Speaker, this is heavy investment where the government of Kenya has gotten an investor which is going to put a lot of money in a project compared to even the SGR that we think it is a heavy investment. Honorable Speaker, the people of Turkana have been waiting for this particular project.
Give him a minute to finish. Finish up.
Honorable Speaker, we as the leadership of Turkana County, we request you, we want to talk on this subject. So, Honorable Speaker, allow me to shed some light on what the people of Turkana request from this project. The gains from this particular project, the infrastructure that is being brought by this project, that will be derived from this project, includes the road network or the railway network from the oil field where I will be transporting oil from Lokichar Oil Basin to. Honorable Speaker, I'm really worried about those signals. So
if you stop complaining, you'll make your point. So just go on.
Honorable Speaker, the transfer of technology. Yes.
Nicholas Ngigor, you yourselves agreed that you speak for 2 minutes, so make your points. Nicholas?
Mr. Speaker, this is an important motion or report for this House. But because we are trying to hurry it, let's just go that way. Mr. Speaker, I would like just to add on the issue of this report, which is really affecting my constituency. That is Turkana East. That is south of Lokichar. South of Lokichar is Turkana East. Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee for what they have done. They have captured all what was discussed during the public participation, particularly in my constituency. And I really wish to ask all the members here to support this so that we can approve this report and this development plan goes and make this oil to start now. We start the journey of producing oil in this country so that we can be in the map of those countries which are producing oil in this world. Mr. Speaker, this, by approving this report, it will give this country eye-opener on issue of economy. As you have just read from the report that this country, they are going to get a lot of money from this resource. And on the issue of local content, the local content, it has been captured in the report the way the Turkana people wanted it to be. And by doing so, it is going to help our community in those remote areas so that we can develop and catch up with the rest of the countries in the counties in this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of job opportunities, it is really going to help this country, and especially not only to the Turkana people, but to all Kenyans. As you can see, even the company which is taking this job, that is Gulf Energy. Gulf Energy is our local company, and it is going to, all the benefit for this company, it is going to benefit our people locally.
Carolo Mondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, my main concern is the hurry with which we are discussing such an important matter. This is the first time in the history of the Republic of Kenya that we are having a field development plan for production of oil, commercial production of oil. And we know the history of oil and the very, very difficulties, political, social, and economic difficulties that come about when the balancing of the risks and the sharing of the profits are not properly tackled. Why are we so much in a hurry? We need to set this thing was tabled yesterday. We have not even interrogated it as members. I mean, we need to look at the back-in rights. There's even a concept of back-in rights, where the government is supposed to own 20% under the law. There are so many things that we need to interrogate. Why are we in a hurry? Why must we pass it today? We are shortchanging not just the people of Turkana, but the entire Republic of Kenya. I rise to propose that we suspend the discussion if there is no time. We set a proper period for debating this field development plan so that Kenyans can understand it instead of taking them for a ride. I've been in this business for a while and I've been involved in Turkana oil development as a director of NOC, as a chief of staff. So I have a lot of things that I need to see captured in this. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are doing disservice to the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
You know, Honorable Carol Omondi, you've spent the time I gave you complaining instead of contributing. Yes. Yes, Majority Leader, what is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you've actually captured what I wanted to raise because this report was tabled yesterday. The Honorable Karoli Omondi is spending his time lamenting instead of saying what he read in the report. This committee spent a lot of time engaging with the public, and those of us who took our time last night to read the report and yesterday afternoon are keen to contribute substantively. And you can see there are members who want to contribute.
Nabwin. Honorable Nabwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put it like this. The Turkana people have waited for more than 14 years to have this oil get out of the ground and enjoy the benefit. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine the benefits that come with this production of this oil. Mr. Speaker, the opportunities that the Turkana people have spoken to during public participation are enormous, like the employment opportunities, the business opportunities. They want to see that come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, of specific importance is the insecurity along that area. The Turkana people are looking forward to government ensuring that the insecurity situation comes down. If this oil production and movement can bring down the insecurity, then be it. It should start like yesterday. That is what Turkana people are telling this parliament. So approve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Emade. Then Gikaria, get ready.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I rise to support the report. Honorable Speaker, it is not about ratifying the report that we are here. Honorable Speaker, I remember traveling or attending with you a conference in Australia.
Yes.
Perth.
Yes.
And one thing that you raised in that meeting with the CEO for Titanium is that it's not good to dwell on pit to pot. And in this case, Honorable Speaker, Turkana needs to be a model of transformation in general. And Honorable Speaker, this is the time that we can be able to extract this oil or fossil fuel. Because Kenya is trying to reduce the carbon emissions by 32% by the year 2030. And the globe generally is also transitioning from fossil fuel to renewable energy, Honorable Speaker. And so, Honorable Speaker, if we are ratifying...
Honorable Ruku, you should be reminded that you are no longer a member of this house. Go on, Emade.
And so, Honorable Speaker, when we are ratifying this report, Honorable Speaker, we should make Turkana a national corridor of transformation or development, and not just a pit where we extract and move with the oil in other places. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank all the members who have contributed towards this very important investment in this country. Honorable Speaker, I know so many issues has been raised. One issue has been raised from West Pokot, but Honorable Speaker, how I wish that the members would take their time, since I tabled this report yesterday, to go through and see the immense benefit that is going to benefit not only the Turkana where the oil is coming, but the other 6 counties where the route, the transport route from and where we will be storing in Mombasa. We had 6 counties as indicated by the Majority Honorable Speaker. I just beg that members will read this report and see the profit that is going and the benefit that is going to bring to this country. A 2.3 trillion investment in this country, Honorable Speaker, is one of the biggest investment. I beg to reply, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the joint report order. That this House adopts the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on their consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin, Turkana County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 71 of the Constitution and Section 31, 2A of the Petroleum Act, Cap 308, approves the ratification of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin, Turkana County. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I don't know if those who are looking at the public gallery, do we still have this school? Chebwagani Boys High School from Boreti, Kericho. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, we'll have to quickly allow the member Shurie, Chair of Public Debt, to give his notice of motion. Shurie, that is that we're going back to order number 6.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today.
So you're first laying the paper. Yes. Go ahead. That is at order number 5. Lay the paper.
Lay the paper, yes. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 25th February 2026. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2026-2027 to 2028-2029. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now go to order number 6 and give notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following.
Order, members. Order. Members who have an interest in the drought situation in the country, the minister is here to respond to your concerns. Yes, Shurie, give your notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2026-2027 to 2028-2029, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 25th February 2026, and pursuant to the provision of Section 15(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 232A, 7 and 8, A, approves the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial years 26-27 to 28-29, and make the policy and financial resolutions contained in this report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We'll now go to order number 7 on questions and statements. Honorable Kitur.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kituru, which road is this? From Eldoret to Shamahoho, where does it pass?
Kapsabet.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yes, yes. The Kapsabet, Kapkangan Road.
Correct, sir.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the expansion of the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road. Honorable Speaker, the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road is a major transport corridor which links Eldoret to Kisumu and serves as a key route for the movement of goods and passengers between the North Rift and Western regions. The road, designed in the late 1960s, is no longer able to cater for the volume of traffic between the two regions. This has led to frequent congestion and has been reportedly linked to a rise in road accidents, some of which have resulted in fatalities. The Eldoret-Shamahoho Road is important for trade, transport, and regional connectivity, and it is imperative that the Ministry of Roads and Transport enhances its capacity and safety of motorists. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Number one, the immediate measures that the ministry has taken to ensure that Eldoret-Shamahoho Road can adequately handle the increasing traffic volumes, and secondly, the expected timelines for expanding the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road to support fast-growing volume of traffic. I thank you, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Kituru, would it be wise for you to amend your request to read Eldoret-Chavakali Road? Because that road doesn't end at Shamahoho.
Seemingly, Honorable Speaker, from Shamahoho onwards, the road is expanded.
It is not.
Well.
It is not. I know it. So
Okay.
expand your request for the chair of the committee to
Yes, sir.
deal with Eldoret to Chavakali Road.
Well guided, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Transport. Yes, Sane, you are in Transport Committee.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I promise on behalf of the committee that there shall be a response 1 week after the recess, Mr. Speaker.
No, the first week of end of recess, because you have 3 weeks to go.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and make sure you deal with Eldoret to Chavakali, not Eldoret to Shamahoho. Osoro? Quickly, so that we go to
Thank
the
you very much,
minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a joint statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health and chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the cessation of the Bachelor of Science Oral Health at Mount Kenya University. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Health, in a letter dated 15th December 2025, wrote to the Vice Chancellor directly from the Ministry of Health, the Vice Chancellor of Mount Kenya University, directing them to halt offering the Bachelor of Science Community Oral Health course and transition to Bachelor of Dental Surgery program, and to transition all students who are currently enrolled in the program and had completed the course to the dental surgery program. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for the joint statement from the chairman or chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health and the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Why the Ministry of Health is writing to the university to stop the program without following the due process and without reference to the Ministry of Education, that is one. Two, noting that the university in question is duly accredited to offer this course, is it in order for the Ministry of Health to direct that the program be transitioned to Bachelor of Dental Surgery program and cease to offer it under the Bachelor of Science Community Oral Health, noting that it seeks to enhance community oral health, Honorable Speaker, oral health awareness? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So the chairs of Health and Education, when can you bring a response? Meli, you have the mic.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think if it is agreeable with my counterpart in health, we can be able to present the report in 2 weeks' time, because we need to get the two CSS and to get the regulators on both sides, and then we can be able
Can
to
you bring a report next Thursday?
Next week, Thursday?
Yes. This is a very simple matter.
Yes, let me find out and then I'll bring it back.
Jaldeza, your chairman said that you are holding brief for him.
It and do as you guided.
Okay. Now we'll go to questions, and we have only one question. Honorable Yusuf Farah, question 002 of 2026. We have Majority Leader, your minister is in the House, the Honorable Ruku. Honorable Ruku, I directed that because of the widespread drought situation in the northern parts of Kenya, you anchor on this question to give the House and the country a comprehensive statement on the interventions you are taking in mitigating and ameliorating the situation out there that is claiming lives of livestock and causing misery to many pastoralist Kenyans. So Farah, can you read out your question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to ask the following question to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs. The first question the questions are as follows. Provide the current status of drought in Turkana, Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Isiolo, Samburu counties, including the number of households affected. Number two, outline the measures taken to provide relief food and cash transfers and the funds allocated and dispersed for this purpose up to this period. Explain the mechanism in place to ensure transparency and accountability in relief distribution. Indicate whether the government intends to declare the drought a national disaster and the interventions planned to follow such a declaration. And lastly, state the long-term measures put in place by the ministry to mitigate effects of recurrent drought and build resilience in ASAL areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I believe this is your maiden appearance in this House since you crossed the Rubicon.
Yes.
You are welcome back to the House. You are directed to give precise and concise responses to the questions and the statement that I've directed you to give.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this August House, I wish to sincerely thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of this esteemed House, for the opportunity to address the House on matters relating to the Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Program. Notably, Honorable Speaker, this marks my maiden appearance before the House to respond to the questions raised by the honorable members. May I now respond to question number 2 of 2026, raised by the honorable member for Wajir West. On 1, the current status of drought in Turkana, in Marsabit, in Mandera, Wajir, in Garissa, in Isiolo, and Samburu, including the number of households affected. Number 2, the measures taken to provide relief food and cash transfer and other funds allocated and dispersed for this purpose. Number 3, the mechanisms in place to ensure transparency and accountability in relief distribution. Number 4, whether the government intends to declare the drought a national disaster and the intervention plan to follow such declarations. And finally, number 5, the long-term measures put in place by the ministry to address the recurrent drought and build resilience in arid and semi-arid areas. Honorable Speaker, as outlined in the Executive Order number 1 of 2025, my ministry is mandated to coordinate disaster preparedness, response, and recovery efforts during crises such as floods, drought, fires, disease outbreaks, pandemics, as well as other national emergencies and geological disasters to provide food and aid and other essential supplies to affected populations, among others. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is committed to ensure coordinated, timely, accountable, and humane response to disasters. This is in line with Article 43 of the Constitution, which guarantees every person the right to be free from hunger and to have adequate food for acceptable quality, accessible and adequate housing, and clean and safe water in adequate quantities. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a climate vulnerable country that experienced drought, floods, landslide, and other climate-induced shocks, which have become more frequent, intense, and complex with far-reaching implications for food security, livelihood, public health, and national cohesion. Historically, government responses to disaster were largely reactive, fragmented, and event-driven. However, successive national emergencies, most notably the 1997-1998 El Nino national emergency, El Nino, France, followed shortly thereafter by 1998 terrorist bombing of the United States Embassy in Nairobi, laid bare the institutional and coordination gaps in national disaster management. Mr. Speaker, this event underscored the need for a central, permanent, and authoritative coordinating entity that manage disasters holistically from preparedness through response to recovery and resilience. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that the State Department for Special Program was established within the Office of the President, initially as the National Emergency Coordination Mechanism. Over time, State Department for Special Program has evolved in both scope and responsibility, reflecting the changing nature of disasters in Kenya. Today, it is domiciled in the Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development, and Special Program. It serves as the nerve center of government's disaster and humanitarian response architecture. Mr. Speaker, sir, the State Department for Special Program does not operate in isolation. Rather, it provides strategic coordination, policy leadership, and the operation oversight, working closely with the National Drought Management Authority, ministries, departments, and agencies, county government, humanitarian and development partners, as well as community-level disaster management structures. These evolution reflect a deliberate shift from ad hoc emergency relief to institutionalized disaster risk management. Mr. Speaker, sir, to answer the first question, that the status of the drought in Turkana, in Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Isiolo, Samburu, including the number of households affected. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have visited all these counties in the effort to manage the disaster which this country is facing. Kenya is experiencing worsening drought condition, driven by persistent hot and dry weather and compounded by below average rainfall across consecutive seasons. As a result, about 3.3 million people in ASAL counties are food insecure and in urgent need of food assistance. In addition, the drought has also affected 9 other non-ASAL counties, which include Nakuru, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kiambu, Machakos, Siaya, Omambe, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, and Migori. According to the analysis from Kenya Drought Early Warning System, Mandera, Wajir, Kware, and Kilifi counties are in the alarm phase. Garissa, Tana River, Isiolo, Marsabit, Kajiado, Kitui, Ramu, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, Turkana, and Baringo counties are in the alert phase. Embu, Narok, Laikipia, and West Pokot counties are in pre-alert phase. Nyeri, Makueni, and Meru counties remain in the normal phase, though Meru is showing early warning signs. Honorable Speaker, for the record, I have in recent past visited most of these counties: Turkana, Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Isiolo, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tana River, Kajiado, and several other counties, Mr. Speaker. Question number 2. The measures taken to provide relief food and cash transfers and the funds allocated and dispersed for this purpose. Honorable members, the government of Kenya has deployed a robust multi-sectoral emergency response to address the effect of drought. The National Treasury has so far allocated Kenya shilling 9 billion for drought interventions. Out of this amount, Kenya shilling 8.5 billion for emergency food assistance, while 500 million Kenya shilling for livestock feed to protect the pastoral livelihood. Honorable Speaker, on Monday, I was in Turkana County, where I signed a check amounting to 215 million towards this intervention as far as cash transfer is concerned. And I'm sure the members of Turkana, from Turkana County, and some of them I can see are here, they witnessed this function. Mr. Speaker, the relief food has been distributed to all affected counties based on the need identified following a comprehensive food and nutritional assessment conducted by the National Drought Management Authority and partners. To implement this, the National Drought Management Authority is implementing a cash transfer program in the said counties as follows. In Mandera, amount dispersed 179.3 million Kenya shilling to 22,000 households. In Wajir, 103.5 million Kenya shilling to 19,000 households. In Turkana, 215 million Kenya shilling to 39,000 households. In Marsabit, 110 million Kenya shilling to 20,000 households. In Garissa, 49 million Kenya shilling to 9,000 households. In Isiolo, 36.6 million Kenya shilling to 7,000 households. In Samburu, 44 million Kenya shilling to 8,000 households. In Tana River, 40 million Kenya shilling to 7,000 households. A total of about 778 million Kenya shilling to a total of 131,000 households. Honorable Speaker, to bread the approach recognizes that humanitarian response must protect life today while preserving livelihood for tomorrow. Question number 3. The mechanisms in place to ensure transparency and accountability in relief distribution. Honorable Speaker, my ministry recognizes the importance of public trust as we endeavor to provide assistance to vulnerable population. Accordingly, we have institutionalized strong transparency and accountability measures, which include 1, ensuring county steering groups and relief distribution committees are fully operational. I gazetted the county steering committee on a gazette dated 23rd January of the year 2025. Number 2, promoting active involvement of members of parliament, county government, as well as county assemblies and local leadership. Mr. Speaker, all the counties I've visited, I've ensured the members of this House are involved in my visit so that we can democratize these interventions as much as possible. Number 3, continuous monitoring and evaluation and field verification by the ministry. Number 4, mandatory returns and distribution report from the counties and sub-counties to the ministry. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, democratization of the interventions through involvement of the members of parliament, officials from the county assembly, as well as grassroots leadership. These measures ensure that relief assistance is traceable, auditable, and equitable. I have personally taken time to be involved in the relief distribution in most of sub-counties. Question number 4, whether the government intends to declare the drought a national disaster and the interventions plan to follow such declarations. Honorable Speaker, the declaration of a drought as a national disaster is governed by the National Disaster Risk Management Policy of 2017, which establishes objective criteria to guide such decisions. The declaration would be necessary only if the drought overwhelms the existing national response capacity, thus prompting the President to seek regional and international assistance to support the country in response and recovery. While the current drought is serious, it has not yet overwhelmed the existing structures, the existing national structures to warrant the president or to warrant the cabinet secretary responsible for special programs to advise the president to declare it as the national disaster. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, government maintains heightened vigilance, and once threshold is met, the necessary declarations and escalation of response will be undertaken without delay. Question number 5. The long-term measures put in place by the ministry to address recurrent drought and build resilience in arid and semi-arid areas. Honourable members, the emergency relief alone cannot break the cycle of drought vulnerability. Accordingly, the government is investing in structural and long-term solutions, including 1, maintaining drought risk management and climate adaptation into national and county development frameworks, investing in water infrastructure, including dams, ponds, and boreholes. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, the NDMA and the National Youth Service have been instructed by the government to start desilting of most of the water ponds in counties which are affected by drought. Strengthening early warning systems and community preparedness, as well as integrating social protection programs to cushion the vulnerable household during shocks, as I mentioned on the issues to do with cash transfer. Mr. Speaker, as earlier stated, the State Department, in collaboration with the National Drought Management Authority, has continued to implement cash transfer program aimed at cushioning poor and vulnerable households. Most recently, an amount of Kenya shilling 778,536,900 shilling was dispersed to 133,101 households registered under the Hunger Safety Net program. The above measures, among others, will facilitate gradual shift from relief dependency to resilience building and self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it's also worth noting that the government is in the process of setting up the National Infrastructure Fund, which this House, I'm sure it is discussing or it is undergoing through the process of registration, so that the National Infrastructure Fund can help the nation in building resilience projects such as dams and irrigation schemes. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is facing challenges. Allow me to briefly highlight some of the challenges my ministry faces in fulfilling its mandate. These challenges include: 1, inadequate technical staffing in the ministry, particularly in the State Department for Special Programs. Number 2, delay in enactment of Disaster Risk Management Bill, which is a critical legal clarity and coordination of disaster in the country. In this regard, I beseech this Honorable House to consider fast-tracking the passage of the bill to address some of these challenges. Inadequate funding of the relief programs, resilience and recovery interventions, and inadequate infrastructure and office accommodation, particularly in the State Departments for Special Program. Addressing these challenges, Mr. Speaker, will require strong cooperation between the executive and the Parliament. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, the government remains unwavering in its commitment to protect lives, livelihood, national economic stability, and my ministry will continue to spearhead a coordinated, accountable, and forward-looking disaster management system, responsive to today's emergencies and prepared for tomorrow's risk. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members, for your continued support. I look forward to a fruitful engagement. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to mention that my ministry, through the State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development, National Youth Service is facing serious budgetary cuts. We requested 23 billion Kenyan shilling, Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of doubling the intake from 20,000 to 40,000 youth to be trained in paramilitary training, national vocation, as well as national service. This will not be possible if this House will allocate 10 billion Kenyan shillings to the National Youth Service. Mr. Speaker, sir, Huduma Kenya Secretariat, we have 59 Huduma centers in the Republic of Kenya, and we have more than 300 sub-counties in Kenya. We have 290 constituencies in Kenya. Therefore, many constituencies don't have Huduma centers. We have Huduma centers which have been built, but they are not operationalized. We requested a sum of 1.5 billion Kenya shilling to ensure that we get more Huduma centers across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, the allocation is not forthcoming. I beseech this House to allocate more money to National Youth Service for the purposes of doubling the intake, so that we can be able to get most of our young people in our villages to go for training in National Youth Service, as well as we can be able to ensure we have Huduma services closer to the Kenyan population across the constituency in the Republic of Kenya. And finally, sir, the ministry is also facing challenges in terms of unifying all the government services. Public service transformation, which requires additional funding to ensure we are capable as public servants to serve very agile population, which the mean age is 22 years. These are young people who requires government services at their comfort. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. God bless Kenya. And may God bless the President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Now you take your seat. We'll take supplementary questions, starting with the questioner, Farah. We'll take those who want to ask. You record, then you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All of them.
I have 3 follow-up questions. First, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the CS and his peers for doing a wonderful job during this time, despite having challenges in terms of budget. Mr. Speaker, my question is, the Waziri talked about feeds, animal feeds. The animal feeds that he talked about has not yet been supplied in the various counties as per today. My question now is, how many tons of feeds were allocated in each and every county, or specifically each constituency, or even the beneficiaries of that feed, animal feeds? And how much, what was the budget? Number two, Mr. Speaker, the Waziri talked about saying that the drought cannot be declared emergency at the moment because it has not overwhelmed the government. My question is, how do we measure the loss that the people in northern and asal areas undergo each and every drought season? Millions of animals, billions of animals are being lost every single drought, including this one. What measures do government take or have to see or declare this drought as an emergency? To me, where I stand, Mr. Speaker, the drought, as this Waziri has already explained, several counties are at alarm stage. Others are at emergency stage. What happens, or are we waiting? What are we waiting for? Are we waiting when all the animals perish and everybody becomes poor, so that the government comes in and chips in and say it has overwhelmed us and we need extra resources? He has already said also, Mr. Speaker, he has already said he has a challenge of also funding. He has admitted, the Waziri admitted that there is shortage of funding to mitigate this drought. That clearly shows the government has no capacity to handle this drought alone. And it is the right time, Waziri and the drought management team, to consider and save these people who are suffering every time, losing billions of animals.
Thank you, Farah. You'll end there. The rest, the joyriders, one question each. I indulge Farah because he's the owner of the question. Honorable Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to thank the Minister and his two PSs for doing a wonderful job under very difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this challenge has always been there. But I think it is the high time, before I ask my question, allow me to just state some historical facts. This season has been there with us since time immemorial. But Mr. Speaker, during the colonial time, we used to have livestock grazing zones. We used to have livestock holding grounds. We used to have livestock migratory routes. We used to have, you know, the whole thing. This natural disasters used to be there, but it used to be managed very well. Mr. Speaker, right now, people have been left on their own. As much as we appreciate, the Minister was in my constituency the other day, and I really appreciate because he did a wonderful job. He has also gone to different places. I remember the last minister, actually, who did the same job that he has done was the late, the Honorable Sharif Nasser, when he was the minister in charge of the same department in the office of the president. Mr. Minister, we appreciate. But that's the theoretical part of it. What you need to do right now, and this is the question, Mr. Speaker, drought is a natural calamity. But we have the weather forecasting facility, which means these days is so accurate, so predictable, and we can use that as a basis to predict how this issue can be dealt with. Mr. Minister, as a government, for years, our communities have been reduced to depend on relief. And you know that's dehumanizing. As we speak today, so many people in our region are dying. I'll tell you this, you may not have been told. So many families have lost everything. Many school children are out of school. It's not just enough to say you're waiting for a report from the National Disaster Management Team. Isn't it the high time that you declare this. I understand the dynamics, but that's not enough. There's a bit of business, there's a bit of national interest, but there is nothing more important than the lives of our people. Can you consider requesting the government, led by His Excellency the President, to declare this a national disaster? Secondly,
Only one, Kainan.
okay, Waziri, there are countries that have faced similar challenges. Countries like Saudi Arabia, Israel. They sat down, looked at the different geographical locations of their country, and came up with prudent measures to deal with this. Isn't it the high time under your leadership to consider this so that this problem is dealt with once and for all? Thank you, Mr.
Sane, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order was in reference to Article 208, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, which provides for contingency funds. What is the rush for the declaration of an emergency when the Constitution stipulates that the government must be prepared upfront and avail financial resources to make sure that there is no life and livelihoods lost? It is something within our Constitution. What does it really mean to declare an emergency when contingency funding itself is empty and that constitutional clause is not fully implemented, or implemented rather, Mr. Speaker? Is it in order to declare an emergency when there is a constitutional mechanism?
Thank you, Honorable.
Minister, not all those you respond. Naomi Wako, one question each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Waziri, thank you so much. I've gone to Marsabit with you several times, and thank you for the good work you keep doing together with your PSS. Distribution of food, I know, has been done and the government will continue doing, but for the livestock, we have not seen much. Then there is the component of water tracking. That is really pushing us because we are all using our personal money to help the people in northern Kenya. Tell us what you are doing on that. And as we are expecting rains now, normally when it rains, we experience flooding that sweeps away the animals, sometimes even homes, and even some people lose their lives. Waziri, tell us the plans you have in place to also take care of the rains that are just about to come.
Rico.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, drought is a prolonged period where we don't have rain in our counties. Question number one, how long will you be providing food to these affected areas? Number two, on the constitution of county steering group, you are bringing confusion in bringing legislators into that particular steering committee. A case in hand is the one for Turkana County. It will bring total confusion, it will bring fights, and implementation of food relief in the counties. When you bring county assembly, you bring county government, you bring the members of parliament, in addition to the executive, it will bring total mess in the distribution of this food. Finally,
I said one at a time, Rico.
Thank you.
Now you say two, then finally. One only. Yes, Mulyungi. Please, you are joyriders. Ask one question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, relief food is never enough. It comes in piecemeal, and when it comes, it is distributed one day, and the families which receive the food, they cannot even eat it for more than 3 days, and they go back to suffering. What is the minister doing to ensure that the supplies food is a continuous process, especially in the poor affected counties like Kitui County? It's not only Northeastern. Even Kitui County is a neighbor to Northeastern. And we are equally affected. Animals are also dying.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
Cynthia?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for giving us a response to this matter. And I must say, Honorable Speaker, that we must move from addressing and responding to crisis to being able to reduce the risk in terms of drought. To my question, Honorable Speaker, as you can clearly see, the food distribution can never be sustainable. My question is to the CS, what are you doing in regards to community preparedness so that every community can be knowing what is about to happen? When you come to my place right now, Honorable Speaker, everyone knows that the rains are here and we're supposed to plant coffee in April and everyone is getting ready. What is he doing to train and make sure that the community is properly aware of what is imminent so that they can prepare? What is he doing about the fodder banks? How many fodder banks does he have so that he can be able to save the animals and be able to save the livelihoods of the people that are facing drought? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Nabwin?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the CS for making a maiden trip to Turkana on Monday. And he came face to face with the challenges and the situation in Turkana. And one of them, of course, was, how that food can be facilitated to the interior because there is lack of fuel and vehicles to do that. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the CS, there are a number of pastoral communities that moved across the border. Like in my constituency that borders Ethiopia, we have a good number of pastoralists who moved across, and they are right inside Ethiopia. I want to find out from the CS, do you have the numbers of those pastoralists that moved to Ethiopia? And like the reports coming from there, they are facing, hunger, because what they got to do inside Ethiopia was to graze their animals, because the situation there is good for the animals, but they cannot find and buy food. Two, they are also, the animals are like getting sick. Do we have plans to provide veterinary medicine to those animals that cross the border? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Double N.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Waziri Roko for a job well done during this time of drought across many counties and regions. But over and above, I wish to request or ask from our CS whether there are any plans put in place to ensure that the livestock that is in need of animal feeds, whether there are plans to ensure that the government provides some animal feeds to the livestock, and also whether there are some plans to ensure that the livestock that is suffering in different regions, if the government can take the initiative to buy the livestock from the farmers and ensure that they sell on behalf of the people whose livestock is affected. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to ask the CS whether there are any long-term plans to ensure that the arid and semi-arid regions, whether they can be able to have a budget to sink dams so that the issue of needing food is part of the past or the talk of the past, so that we can have water for irrigation for our farms and also for our domestic use, so that we don't have the issues of having no food, yet the government can be able to have some dams for irrigation and even for domestic use. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Deco.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the elaborate response he has given on this issue. However, Honorable Speaker, our region, Northern Kenya, in my opinion, does not require any more relief foods. There is a potential in that region to provide food for not only for the region itself, but for the rest of the country. If enough resources are allocated to that region to put up infrastructure to produce food in that region for fodder and both human and animal feeds. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, what is the rationale of shipping out in trucks of hay from here all the way to Mandera? Yet River Tana and River Dawa in Mandera and Garissa can be able to produce hay or fodder for that region. So, in my opinion, the minister, and even now as we speak, Mr. Speaker, is that there is enough hay, enough fodder which have been harvested by farmers in Garissa County, or Garissa Township in particular, that is ready to be, and the farmers are ready to sell this produce. And yet the ministry or the department is investing trucks of loads of feeds and carrying hay from as far as Naivasha all the way to Mandera. Thank you.
Sane, I'll give you the last one. Basil, you also have
Mr. Speaker, drought is not like a hurricane. Neither is it a disaster which occurs within a short time lag. Drought is there to stay and is part and parcel of our seasonality. What preparedness does the ministry really put? In as much as I appreciate his response in terms of cash delivery and relief food, where is really preparedness in the context of our livelihood, livestock? How many boreholes did they drill, say in Wajir North, to make sure that the livelihoods of the pastoralists are safeguarded? Mr. Speaker, why is it that fodder is important, while in Wajir there are small-scale farmers that grow fodder and which can be sold, which can be bought from them? Why should they be imported? And what are the ecological consequences of importing grass from another part and take it to an asal? Did they really study the consequences? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the indignation involved in queuing for relief food. The right to protection of dignity is a constitutional right. Must we, 63 years of independence, queue for relief food? Why should Kenyans be indignified to that extent? Thank you.
the last one I'll give to Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Basil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my brother, C.S. Ruku, for great work and great response to the questions asked. My question is, how is the ministry integrating drought response into the broader climate adaptation policy? And then what measures are in place to prevent issues of dependency, particularly on relief food? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Emase, since you are only the minister, you respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Even in terms of there are pockets of famine, there are people going without food. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I just want to emphasize that distributing food to drought-affected areas does not solve the problem. It will never be sustainable. So I think the minister needs to come up with more innovative interventions and just probably do an audit, because there are a lot of programs. There's the Livestock Development Program. There is the African Development Bank Arid Land Projects. Do an audit and assess the impact. What is the impact of some and many other programs within the ASAL regions?
Thank you.
And come up with innovative means to address this problem so that we are not talking about drought all the time. We know it is coming every year. So what are we doing about it? Come up with a way to sort the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to appreciate the Minister, CS, for public service. Honorable Speaker, there are poverty-stricken areas could also be considered as artificial drought. And I have specific areas in Mgwen constituency, Honorable Speaker, where people cannot afford even a meal, and students don't even go to school because they cannot afford meals in their home. I had written a letter to the CS requesting for relief food for these specific areas. Can the minister carry out an assessment in those areas so that he can even provide such support in my constituency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, can you quickly respond to all those? Most of them are overlapping and cross-cutting.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions. Number one, about the animal feed. Mr. Speaker, I was in Turkana on Monday. We ensured there is animal feed, and the members from Turkana County, they can confirm this. Also, I can confirm to this House that animal feed has been delivered in Mandera County. I was in Tana River County, Mr. Speaker, in Bura constituency on Saturday last week, and I went to two places, Bangale and Cherewa, I think so. And I can confirm to this House that animal feed was delivered in those two points in Bura constituency. It is the distribution of animal feed is continuous and it is ongoing, as well as also not only food in terms of beans, maize, rice, but also fortified flour for children and mothers who are breastfeeding. The question of the budget, how much has been set aside for animal feed? We have the first batch of 500 million Kenyan shilling, and also we have a second batch of 500 million Kenyan shilling, which has not been, which is in the process of getting neutralized. So the total budget for animal feed is 1 billion Kenyan shilling. The other question on how do we measure the loss? What has been, how do we measure the loss? Mr. Speaker, and how can we mitigate this? Mr. Speaker, the long-term strategy which I have put in place as through my ministry is that National Youth Service, starting this year, is going to start growing fodder for animals, because National Youth Service is under the Ministry of Public Service. And if you see the executive order, number 1 of 2025, says clearly that the State Department should work in cooperation with the National Youth Service in putting in place programs which can mitigate or can help in managing the disasters. And one of them is drought as a disaster. We agreed last week with the National Youth Service that they are not only going to be planting avocados, but also to ensure they are growing fodder, hay, and appropriate one, so that we can establish fodder banks or animal feed reserve across the country. So that, because we know after every 2 years, there is a cycle of drought. The challenges of funding, Mr. Speaker, it is not as far as provision of food and animal feed is concerned. The challenges of funding is the staffing of the State Department for special program. We need to employ about 66 staffs, and so far, the National Treasury has not given us that green light to proceed and employ the 66 staffs, which are needed in the State Department. The reason given is that we don't have enough resources to cater for that. Mr. Speaker, it is important to report that there is no death which has been reported across the country, in all counties, because of anchor. There is no death. I want to repeat, Mr. Speaker, the government has mechanism of establishing whether there is any death reported as a result, human death, as a result of anger. There is no death that has been recorded so far because of anger. In terms of the schools, government, through NACONEC, which is under the Ministry of Education, has provided enough resources to ensure school feeding program is continuous in all arid and semi-arid counties. Mr. Speaker, water tracking. I was in Mbura on Saturday, last week on Saturday. National Youth Service is providing water tracking in Tana River County. I flagged off water bosses from National Youth Service to provide water tracking in Tana River. We have allocated water bosses from National Youth Service in different counties. And we have also mobilized other regional bodies which have water boosters to help in water tracking. As far as the flooding is concerned, Mr. Speaker, the ministry and the government is prepared to take care and address the issues of flooding. There are some flooding which has been reported in Migori County, and we are taking care of that. We have enough resources to take care of flooding. Mr. Speaker, also the question of how long will you be providing food? The government of Kenya is going to provide food as long as we have Kenyans who don't have food. As long as there is a Kenyan who does not have food, who is facing lack of food because of hunger, the government of Kenya is committed to ensure there is food provision. Mr. Speaker, just to elaborate on that, we have also been providing, government has also been providing food in urban areas, especially in Nairobi County. We have many slums. I have been in almost every constituency in Nairobi County, ensuring that we are giving food and other non-food items in Nairobi County. About confusion created, as mentioned by member from Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, the PMF Act, Regulation 1910, provides or gives the minister, gives me powers to gazette what you call county drought management committees. It is the law which provides the cabinet secretary powers to gazette committees, county drought management committees in 23 arid and semi-arid counties so that they can help in managing drought. It is a good process of democratization of this process.
Minister, you may have missed his point. His point was, are you able to depoliticize the distribution of food by weeding out politicians? Isn't that what you said? So that you let it be a government-led technocratic approach so that politicians don't jump on the bandwagon to gain cheap political mileage at the expense of deserving wananchi. I think, Ariko, that was your question. I thought that's what Ariko said, that give to Ariko. I understood you that way.
Honorable Speaker, that's partly. What I was mentioning is that the CES stated very clearly it wants the county assembly, members of parliament, and the executive to be involved in the distribution of this relief food, which has said it will bring total confusion.
That is what I have paraphrased, isn't it? Yes. That's what you said, and that's what I have paraphrased.
Mr. Speaker, the issues to do with accountability and transparency, before members of parliament have complained that the GAO team is selling the food, they don't know when the people they represent, when they are getting food. It has been a very thin line. Because also, Mr. Speaker, the members of the GAO, they are not also very, very comfortable when it comes to involving all the politicians in the process. But Mr. Speaker, for there to be accountability, for there to be transparency, for peoples who are 50 kilometers away from where the food is being distributed, for there to be someone to say, we have another village 50 kilometers from here, they must also get food. We will need this process to be as accountable, transparent as possible. And therefore, involving people, involving local leadership. That's why I gazetted County Drought Management Committee, so that we can ensure it is not only politicians or GAO who are getting themselves involved in this process, but we have community leaders through County Drought Management Committee to get in this process so that every person who is affected by drought can get food.
One more issue you have not touched on, is, which I consider important, is the issue raised by Napwil.
I'm not done, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, you have not done?
I'm not done.
Okay.
The other is about whether we know the number of animals who are across the border, animals as well as livestock as well as people across the border in Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, it's not only Ethiopia, but also we have people in Uganda and South Sudan who are there with their livestock. We are in a process of getting the actual numbers, and I can provide this information, Mr. Speaker, by next week to this House, as far as how many people are in Ethiopia, how many people are in South Sudan, and how many people are in Uganda.
Minister, I think what you need to do in conjunction with the Minister of Foreign Affairs is to have a cross-border protocols with these countries, because our herdsmen go there, theirs also come here when they have drought. So what you need to do is have a situation where if Kenyans cross into Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government and the Kenyan government know who they are, how many animals they have, and provide them with services like veterinary services, protection. We also do the same for theirs when they come to Kenya. And Uganda, I think we have a committee that deals with Uganda and Kenya on those migrations with livestock. So if you can be able to liaise with foreign affairs, that will help our people, because we don't cease being responsible simply because I've crossed the border. They remain Kenyans.
Well, granted, Mr. Speaker, I commit we will work closely with the Minister of Foreign Affairs to coordinate this. Mr. Speaker, as far as the livestock uptake, we are coordinating with the Minister of Livestock through the Kenya Meat Commission to start the livestock uptake so that families may not lose their livelihood through losing their stock. Finally, shipping of hay from Naivasha all the way to Northeastern. Mr. Speaker, we, as a ministry, we are committed in buying hay in Ramu, in Wajir, and other parts of the country where we have hay. We have done that. We have bought hay in Tana River and in Ramu, as well as in Wajir. But the amount of hay which we need is millions of tons, Mr. Speaker. That's why we are mopping all the hay we can get from different counties. Also, about boreholes, as I said, Mr. Speaker, in my response, National Drought Management Authority has an allocation of 350 million, and part of that money is to rehabilitate the boreholes which are not working. How the ministry is integrating the broader aspect of climate change. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the act which constitutes National Drought Management Authority, from the first page to the last page talks about the climate change. And we are doing a lot as far as the climate change is concerned in terms of adaptation and mitigations, restoration of landscapes, and also in proper coordination with the Ministry of Environment and other institutions which are the Ministry of Environment and National Drought Management Authority, to ensure what the ministry is doing is well targeted as far as climate change is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, we'll stop here. Perhaps, Honorable Ruku, as you go, something that no member has asked. We have drought in the north. We have plenty of food and rain in the west. What arrangements do you have as a ministry to be moving food from food secure areas to food insecure areas so that you support the farmers in those areas? Number two, we seem to have a misplaced notion in this country that food means maize and rice. We have plenty of food in the rain secure areas, in bananas, in potatoes, and other food crops, root crops, and other fruit crops. Would you consider with your team to also be supporting farmers in those rain secure areas by buying that food to take to less fortunate areas when we have this kind of situation, so that drought, you know, we say in every tragedy lies a silver lining, and that could be the silver lining for the farmers in rain secure areas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the record, all the food which is being distributed at the moment, more than 90% come from within our borders. Mr. Speaker, I have instructed my technical team to come up with a framework for procurement which can incorporate all the food we are talking about, bananas, cassava. And Mr. Speaker, cassava is one of the staple food across Africa. And it should also be part of the framework.
65% of Africans live on cassava.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
If you don't know.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So not only bananas, cassava, arrowroot, sweet potatoes, our potatoes from potato growing zone, that my technical team has been instructed to ensure moving forward, we are going to have a framework, because at the moment we don't have a framework of the procurement as far as these other types of food we grow in our country can be part of the food which we'll be distributing. At the moment, it is maize, it is beans, it is rice, it is green grams and other legumes. But, Mr. Speaker, be assured we are going to include that so that it can be even cheaper for us as a nation, because it's quite a huge budget which the government is spending in taking care of this drought.
Dorothy, what is it? We are closing. We want to go to other business. Yes, Dorothy?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I don't intend to go back, but first allow me to congratulate the CS special programs for knowing this country within the shortest time possible. He has transversed in almost all the counties in this country. If every other CS would work like him, I'm sure we would be somewhere. My only concern, Speaker, I just wanted to indulge him in, could he consider, as he is considering working with the Ministry of Environment, to even involve the Ministry of Agriculture so that we can go educating our people in Arsenal areas and other areas how to plant how to plant climate resilient crops that can be able to stand the test of drought, like cassava and other crops in that category. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, McLeod. You guys, honorable members, come later and then you draw us back. McLeod? Give McLeod the mic.
Yeah.
I'm indulging you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was also dealing with your assignment that you assigned us as a committee.
Which chairman?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It is because I came from a committee that was chaired by a chairman, so I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the state of this country, every time, especially in our regions that are ASAL, I think through his Ministry of Special Programs, there should be special programs of utilizing the natural waters, the dams that God has given to us in some of these areas to actually do irrigation so that we don't need to live in relief, because relief, Mr. Speaker, has a connotation of poverty, has a connotation of backwardness. So if we invest in, for example, like Baringo or Turkana, the Takwel irrigation, the Takwel Dam. The Takwel Dam today, Mr. Speaker, is like a lake. And the soils do not require anything called a fertilizer, including Lake Baringo. Even in my place, whenever there is rains, I've never known a price of a fertilizer. So the government, and through this special ministry, must also invest in special programs that will generate food for the people without being fed on relief for many years.
Thank you. Yes, Oundo.
Speaker, sorry, I came much earlier, but I was engaged, the Honorable Kaluma engaged me, gave me stories of US. You know, some of us, we rely on him to give us stories.
That is improper use of parliamentary time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want an assurance from the Cabinet Secretary for Special Programs. We have seen in my constituency, Funyula, very many occasions where relief food is being distributed, written on GOK. Yet, we do not know the source of that food. We don't know who authorizes its movement. So I just want to give us an assurance that when I saw a relief food written on GOK or Government of Kenya, I can assume it is safe and good for human consumption, because when there is an issue, I will be asked, you come from Nairobi, how come you didn't know of this food stuff? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ruku, all those are just comments. I'll release you to go. Yes, Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies for coming late.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard Honorable Ruku talking about water tracking, giving relief food. And I think in his final submission, he said it is not sustainable. And the solution is what you have said, that we must look at what is productive in every part of Kenya. We don't have to grow maize in northeastern. If you can grow enough in western, and you do cattle production in northeastern, and then you do exchange. So it is, today it is raining in Marsabit. And yet for the last 4 months, it has been dry. So we're asking ourselves, what is it that the government is doing? Because with climate change, I think the predictable nature of climate is no longer there. So this ministry must begin to think on its feet. But so far, I think the minister is doing a good job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, Chakapong, we want to end here. You are the very last. Let me see no other
Yes,
hand.
thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to commend the minister and the team. And from the presentation of the minister, Honorable Speaker, we will need to fast track the DRM bill, the Disaster Risk Management Bill, which is here at the mediation stage. And then two, they have already good plans in terms of having what we are calling resources. They require resources for strategic food to be used in relief. And then again, the National Drought Emergency Fund to be resourced so that in case of serious problems, they are able to respond in good time rather than use mainly Article 223 to be able to respond to some of the challenges facing Kenyans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wandeto? Give Wandeto the mic. Honorable Wandeto. There's one next there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I also want to thank the CS for the job well done in responding. Mr. Speaker, until yesterday, I was sitting in the Committee for Regional Development, which oversees some of the activities that we are discussing tonight, so I have an idea or two. But I think mine would be the duplication that we normally tend to see within government as far as drought mitigation and response is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we have something called the Northern Kenya Development Initiative. We have National Drought Management Authority. Even the ministries, you have the special programs looking at the relief, but we also have EAC and ASAL looking at the same issue. So I think mine is to ask the Cabinet Secretary, especially as they continue with the, sitting in Cabinet, to see how we can bring all these initiatives to do with the relief in one coordinated thing. Because if we were to add the donor initiatives, Mr. Speaker, we should not be talking about food insecurity in northern Kenya. For the last 60 years, donors have been stepping over each other, trying to help northern Kenya. The government has poured trillions of shillings into northern Kenya, yet we do not seem to see any tangible effort. I do not know whether to echo the words of the former Deputy President to say maybe it's the leadership of northern Kenya that has failed. But that is not the debate for today, Mr. Speaker. What we probably want to see going forward is a more coordinated effort so that we can finally relieve our brothers and sisters of northern Kenya from this long, enduring cycle of hunger and misery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ruku, take all those as comments. I'm not inviting you to say anything. Take them as comments and leave the chamber. Well done for your maiden visit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As a house, we feel very proud that we donated you to the executive, and you have acquitted yourself very well. Keep the flag of this house flying out there, because you belong to us. Yes, and yes, carry out your contractual duties efficiently. You are free to leave. Next order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure Mheshimiwa, your request to be met will be done.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Have a good evening. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025.
Mover. George Best. Oh, it's the leader.
Yes.
Yes, leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 8, 23, 26, 44, 54, 55, and the long title, and I request the Honorable George Murugara to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I'll now propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be amended by inserting the word subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 8, 23, 26, 44, 54, 55, and the long title. I'll now put the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be amended by inserting the word subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 8, 23, 26, 44, 54, 55, and the long title. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Members be upstanding. Mayaka, pay attention to what's going on in the House.
Members, we are on order number 12, recommittal of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, the recommittal.
Clause 8.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Mover to move amendment. Yeah, chairperson, move.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that clause 8 of the bill be amended by inserting the following new subsection, and as shown on the order paper, it's a new subsection 2, and the rationale is to exclude the period relating to pension benefits retained by a judge in any other contributory pension scheme from being considered in the computation of pensionable service. I think this is self-explanatory, that we will have to, pension benefits retained have to be considered when it comes to computation of the pensionable service.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 23 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper by inserting 2 subclauses, 2 and 3, relating to this clause. And the rationale is first and foremost to provide for the additional non-pension benefits for the 4 judges of the Superior Court who are not covered by the retirement benefits, the Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act, Chapter 197B. And importantly, number 2, the Supreme Court comprises of 7 judges, whereas the retirement benefits for the Chief Justice and Deputy Chief Justice are set out in the Retirement Benefits, Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act. The benefits of the 4 judges are governed by the Pensions Act. This is despite the additional administrative duties the 5 judges perform alongside their judicial work, including oversight of security, judiciary buildings and infrastructure, welfare of judges and staff, development of rules and regulations of the court, training, and bar bench relations. For purposes of equity and proportionality, the constitutional stature and workload of the Supreme Court judges should be taken into account in the provisions of the bill to entitle them to benefits slightly higher than those of judges in other superior courts and below those of the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice. And finally, we have to allow the judge of the Supreme Court to, who elects to leave office before the age of 65 years and after having served for at least 10 years, to access part of their non-pension benefits, which include transport allowance, medical cover, diplomatic passport, etc. This is in recognition of their service in the highest office, in the highest court, and their limited number. I beg to move.
As elaborate chair, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. In the mood of the House that I put the question. Yes, Majority Leader.
You know, the chair has been very wordy, the chair of the committee, but this relates to the non-pension benefits that the 4 other Supreme Court judges who are not either the Chief Justice or the Deputy Chief Justice, the 5, they are now 4 after we lost Justice Ibrahim, we benefit from. And we basically giving clarity on what at what point you actually can benefit this if you retire. Because someone may have served for 3 years or 2 years in the Supreme Court and you opt to retire, then you don't benefit from this non-pension benefit. And now saying that if you retire before attaining the age of 65, after having served for at least 10 years, you must have served for at least 10 years so that you don't get into office today, leave tomorrow, and you enjoy the same benefits as somebody else who served for 15 years. Honorable Speaker, and as the chair has clearly stipulated, these are non-pension benefits. The pension, your pension, you enjoy your pension as everybody else will. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Understood, Majority Leader. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 23 be amended. No, let me repeat that, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 26 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 and as shown on the order paper. And we are doing A and B. The rationale is to provide for a judge's monthly basic salary as the basis for computation, as basis for computing the monthly contribution made to the judge's retirement benefits scheme by the judge, which is now going to be 7.5%, and the government doing 15%.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed. Majority Leader, and to say something?
Yes, Chair. Again, Chair, the purpose of many of these recommittal clauses is to create clarity as opposed to what was in the bill that might have been a bit ambiguous. And this particular amendment is creating the clarity that your pension will not, or your retirement benefits will not be pegged on past pensionable emoluments. Because pensionable emoluments could include your other allowances, transport allowance, house allowance, mileage allowance for those who may be benefiting from it, to restrict it to basic salary so that the judges will be, their monthly contributions will be computed based on the basic salary. So you take 7.5% of the basic salary, and the employer, the Public Judicial Service Commission of the government, contributes 15% of their basic salary, so that there is no ambiguity on what this pensionable emoluments, as was in the bill before, as we had passed last week, was. Now it's clear it will be based on basic salary. Thank you. And I support.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 26 be, let me repeat again. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 44 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 44 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. And what we are doing purely is to correct a cross-referencing error and to insert the missing word after so that it is now tidy and we know exactly when this comes into effect. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 44 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 54 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 54 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper, purely to include the phrase of the Constitution. And what we are doing is to insert these missing words for purposes of clarity of that particular section. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed. Honourable members, I put the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 54 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 55 be part of the bill.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 55 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. The justification is exactly what I have given as regards clause 23, which has been amended. It's purely to ensure that these judges are slightly lower than the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice, and also that their benefits, which are not covered by the Act, the Deputy President and designated state officers are now covered. So I beg to move.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 55 be amended as proposed. Honourable members, I put the question that clause 55 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 55 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as shown on the order paper, where we are making a definition of retirement savings account. The purpose is purely to cross-reference because there was an error in this. We want to correct that error, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Long title.
Honorable members, I propose the question. Yes, honorable members, I now propose the question that the long title be the title of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that the long title to the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. And what we are doing here is to delete the word to appearing immediately after the word benefits and substituting therefore the word of, purely to say or to say that the pension benefits are of judges, not to judges, purely to correct what we think is a grammatical or typographical error. I beg to move.
You are known for detail, Honorable Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Honorable members, I propose the question that the long title be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I put the question that the long title be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that the long title as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? I want to put this again. Honorable members, allow me to put that question again. Honorable members, I now put the question that the long title as amended be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, is approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Yes, mover.
Is it the mover or the chairperson reporting?
Hold on.
Chairperson reporting. Chairperson.
Okay, Kaluma, Chairperson, not you, mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request Honorable Naomi Wako to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Give
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be now read a third time, and I also request the Honorable Muliungi to second.
PS.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. PS Muliungi. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be now read a third time. I now put the question, which is that the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the pension and other retirement benefits of judges of superior courts and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, examination of the report of the Auditor General on financial statements for the national government. Resumption of debate.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to beg your indulgence, since this debate had started, that you allow us to skip order number 13 to allow the chairman of the decentralized fund committee, Honorable Muliungi, to move his motion under order number 14, since this other one debate had started, and I think it's about an hour or so that is remaining. And just for the convenience of the House, we allow Honorable Muliungi to move order number 14.
Okay, I order and direct that order number 13 be stepped down and be placed on the order paper for tomorrow. And the clerk call out order number 14.
Order number 14, motion, 7th report of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022.
Muliungi.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the 7th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its examination of the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016-17, 2017-18, 2018-19, 2019-2020, 2021-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December 2025. Honorable Speaker, during the examination of these reports, the committee held several sittings where it received oral and written submissions from the Chief Executive Officer of the NGCDA Board, who serves as the accounting officer of the board. The committee examined the reports covering 6 financial years, identifying recurring issues and cross-cutting challenges that affect the fund's operations at the national level. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the key observations and findings made by the committee. Number 1, recovery of fraudulent withdrawals. Mr. Speaker, a significant audit query involved Kenya shillings 32,551,552 that had been fraudulently withdrawn from the board's KCB bank account in 2011-2012 financial year through hacking of the board's bank account by fraudsters. Mr. Speaker, we engaged Kenya Commercial Bank, and we also engaged the board, and we also engaged the DCI on this matter. And we found out that it was true that 2 million was lost from the CNDF board account. And the investigations had started. A few people had been arrested by DCI, but recovery of the money had not been recovered. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that following the committee's intervention, KCB returned the full amount of the money to the board account on the 21st of March 2025. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the money that was stolen by fraudsters from CDF board account was fully recovered through the intervention of the committee. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there were some investments made by the board in various banks. And one of these banks included Chase Bank Limited, which went under receivership, and 82,884,891 was frozen in that bank, and later protected by the Kenyan Deposit Insurance Corporation, KNDIC. KNDIC, according to their act, is mandated to return back 500,000 shillings maximum to depositors if a bank is under receivership. And therefore, 500,000 shillings was returned to the board of NGCDF account by KNDIC. Mr. Speaker, through engagement of KNDIC and the board, we hung it out and made it very clear to KNDIC and the board that the board owes 290 bank accounts in trust on behalf of the CNDF constituencies in all the constituencies in Kenya, and not one account. And therefore, they ought to have returned 500,000 times 290 constituencies, not 500,000 shillings, which they returned. And therefore, we agreed that KNDIC makes consultations with the Attorney General on how to go about this intervention by the committee. And Mr. Speaker, through that intervention, KNDIC consulted the NG, and the NG confirmed that it is true, indeed true, that the board owes 290 constituencies on behalf of the constituencies. And therefore, through the intervention of this committee, the committee recovered the full amount of the protected deposits of 82,334,891, which was frozen at Chase Bank, and the money was fully refunded and remitted to the NGCDF board account on the 10th of September 2025. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, and as a result of this great effort by the committee, each constituency, the 290 constituencies, will get an additional funding of 284,085 shillings in this financial year, over and above the allocation of CNDF. Mr. Speaker, we also noted that the management information system, which was invested by CNDF board, costed 34 million, but it was not in use. And the committee recommended that the accounting officer should ensure full digitization and automation of the board's operations by the end of the financial year 2025-2026 to enhance data accuracy and financial management. Honorable Speaker, the committee's recommendations are aimed at strengthening and strengthening the governance framework of the fund, ensuring that every shilling allocated to the NGCDF board is used prudently for the benefit of all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the NGCDF board remains a cornerstone of grassroots development in this country. The implementation of this report will safeguard these resources and enhance accountability and ensure that the fund continues to serve the people of Kenya effectively. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the constituencies, in the villages, you find that most of the developments in the villages is funded by CDF. We are even more visible than county government in the villages. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, my committee is working tirelessly to ensure that the fund of NGCDF is protected and utilized in a proper manner and safeguard the interest of the Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee members for their dedication and the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for the support they accorded this committee in discharge of its mandate. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and I request Honorable Muthoni Ikiara to second the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this House adopts the 7th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the issues moved by the chairperson as they are the deliberations of the committee. Moreover, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to reiterate the following. During the examination of these audited accounts, the committees engaged extensively with the Chief Executive Officer of the NGCDF board, who serves as the accounting officer. Honorable Speaker, the chair has been very categorical that after our extensive engagement, we realized that monies lost through money that was withdrawn from the board KCB bank account was returned and funded back. Honorable Speaker, it is through the cooperation and collaboration of the committee that we were able to achieve this. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to appreciate the committee too for the recovery of the 82,334,891 million that has seen the constituencies the 290 constituencies which will benefit with an amount that Chair has stated through the recovery of these monies which was deposited in the Chase Bank. Honorable Speaker, the committee's examinations are not only mere interrogation, but action plans to protect public funds and to recover any monies lost. In addition to recommending prosecution to any officers found culpable. Honorable Speaker, safeguarding public resources does not remain an option to us. It is a requirement by law and a moral authority for everyone to uphold. Honorable Speaker, I do second this report.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the 7th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. The Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, you want to contribute to this one? Yeah, proceed. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this chance to contribute to this motion. One, Honorable Speaker, as the members have heard and checked in the report from the committee, it is the fact that we are here in this House in the year 2026, discussing about an audit on the year 10 years ago, Honorable Speaker, of 2016-2017. And Honorable Speaker, that calls upon all of us in this House and all the other bodies concerned, and especially the Office of the Auditor General, that audit that overstays too much and gets caught up with time, sometimes it can actually get irrelevant. Because some of the issues that we must always deliberate on in this House, Honorable Speaker, are issues that are concerning, Honorable Speaker, even the officers who are currently in the offices. But when we discuss a motion, and especially a motion based on the audit that is a decade ago, Honorable Speaker, I think to a large extent, because audit is also about accountability, it is actually accountability delayed, which is accountability denied, Honorable Speaker. And I hope we can improve, all of us, and especially all the committees that do on the side of audit, Honorable Speaker, so that we be a little bit more realistic in terms of time and audit. And it's not just about this committee, Honorable Speaker, all the other committees, including PARC and PIC. I think it is important that we try to fast track, and especially also the Office of the Auditor General to also facilitate that, so that we are a bit not so archaic when we are discussing matters, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we are discussing the audit report in terms of the NGCDF board. And as members know, the board is very significant in terms of their role in the businesses that we do in our constituencies, Honorable Speaker, of serving the people of Kenya. And I want to laud our courts because, as you know, Honorable Speaker, there has been a lot of issues which are still also currently there in the corridors of justice, insofar as NGCDF is concerned. Honorable Speaker, NGCDF as a member of parliament who also oversights the Kiharu NGCDF, like all the other NGCDF's committees across the country, we have seen the kind of transformation it has done in our villages, and especially when it comes to improving education standards in Kenya. Just before I came here, Honorable Speaker, I was in Kiharu in a school called Githagara Primary School, which is actually a public primary school, which had a transition of over 50% transitioning to national schools. Like half of the students or pupils or candidates actually getting what is currently now called EE. And a school like Githagara Primary, just like many others that are supported by NGCDF, I had a privilege even today to officially commission a laboratory in a primary school because of JSS, Honorable Speaker, and also like a block of 8 classrooms. And Honorable Speaker, that just shows how transformative NGCDF has been when it comes to serving Kenyans, and especially on the side of education. It has been in the public domain, and I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you could have also seen it. Because when we talk about specific constituencies, we're also talking about the entire Kenya. I am so glad that because of NGCDF, for example, Kiharu constituency, which is a very expansive constituency with over 110 public primary schools, including the one I was in today, they look like academies. All pupils actually step on tiles, courtesy of NGCDF, purely NGCDF. I am also glad, Honorable Speaker, that even not just the hard part of building laboratories and classrooms and halls, even on the other side of the soft side of education, when it comes to making sure that learners are in school. We run a program called Kiharu Masomo Bora, Honorable Speaker, where the basis of it and the bulwark and the cornerstone of it is NGCDF. And learners in Kiharu actually only pay 500 shillings per term as school fees. And they eat in school from Monday to Saturday. And of course, the last Friday of the month, they enjoy themselves by taking chapati for lunch across all the 65-day secondary schools, covering over 12,000 learners. Honorable Speaker, that is just part of it, because I know many honorable members here support day schools. Just like Kiharu also, we support also boarding schools in terms of bursaries, short courses, TVETs, universities and colleges, and the rest. And I'm just saying this because, Honorable Speaker, there cannot be an audit of NGCDF board without the existence of CDF itself. I think it is important that even as we define issues, even in the judicial system, they have all the latitude to determine, but being too straitjacket sometimes without looking at the circumstances of Kenya as it is, and economic development level of Kenya as it is, I think it is important that we incorporate all that so that we see the role NGCDF plays, and especially in making sure that our communities develop. As I go to the finish, Honorable Speaker, I have interacted in many ways with the Office of the Auditor General. And this is one of the offices, including the personnel and Madam CPA herself, that have seen a lot of patriotism when it comes to the service of the Kenyan people. That is one of the government organizations, Honorable Speaker, where whatever they do is, whatever they preach is actually what they take. And I call upon us, as we be debating the budget policy statement later on and the estimates, that we capacitate the Office of the Auditor General by sufficiency of resources so that, Honorable Speaker, they can enlarge their scope. Many of the public schools, as we talk, are actually not covered by the Office of the Auditor General, basically just because of lack of capacity. It is important that we capacitate them, we give them resources to employ more personnel and also systems so that the audit they do, Honorable Speaker, can be wider and incorporate much more. Special audits also are important, special audits in terms of money, but also in terms of processes. Many times we only check about money. We audit money. But sometimes the processes and the decisions made by leaders cost Kenyans much more, Honorable Speaker, than the money we debate here. Currently, Honorable Speaker, there are various things happening in the country, including the Kenya Pipeline IPO, which by yesterday was actually undersubscribed. But yesterday, the closing day, many parastatals like NSSF that is audited by the Office of the Auditor General and also in this House, received calls, Honorable Speaker, to put in workers' money in a venture where their own analysts had ruled it out. Entities like KCB, where the government only has 19%, is so overbearing as to give a phone call for KCB to put in billions of money into an IPO where their internal experts had already ruled it out. The same with Superannuation Fund, the same with Kenya Re. Some of these processes, Honorable Speaker, they cost our country dearly. And it is important that we capacitate the Office of the Auditor General for them to arrest such kind of matters as they happen. Because if we allow these kind of things to keep on happening, Safaricom IPO comes, we talk a lot of Kiingereza, we sell it for a song, then we audit it 10 years later. These kind of things, Honorable Speaker, needs to be done timely when they are relevant so that we save Kenyans from the loss of resources and especially from political bulldozing of institutions that are otherwise independent. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndindi. The Honorable Mukunji.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice to the report of the committee. And Honorable Speaker, I proudly speak about NGCDF today, having won the case in court that was almost threatening a fund that I believe has transformed the lives of Kenyans and that has been able to make our education sector, Honorable Speaker, better. And Honorable Speaker, I also agree with my colleague that it is unfortunate that when it comes to issues audit, we are always not as per where this country is supposed to be. And Honorable Speaker, this comes from very many things. Number one, there is a deliberate effort to strangle audit and oversight in this nation. We have seen it, Honorable Speaker, even when governors and many other officers that are called to answer questions. We have seen a deliberate effort to ensure people don't answer questions when, Honorable Speaker, they are supposed to answer. And Honorable Speaker, I am not very much worried because I know NGCDF itself and the act that we have put in place in this House fairly protects the resources that our Kenyan people, taxpayers, give. It is one of the funds, Honorable Speaker, I clearly say, and I dare say, that we need to embrace in all other funds that have been established when it comes to the management. You don't find many funds, Honorable Speaker, that only take 3% of what is allocated to do administration work. It is only NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, where you can only use 3% maximum, and the rest must go to the issues and mandate that is given to the fund. That is the schools, the issue of security, and, Honorable Speaker, the issue of environment. And, Honorable Speaker, I also want to laud the management of NGCDF in the national level, led by the CEO and the members that are engaged in this committee. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have seen a deliberate effort, even in our constituencies, to ensure that we borrow from one another when it comes to best practices. And this has made the fund not to be endangered in any way, Honorable Speaker. And many of the members here, Honorable Speaker, have a story to tell on the impact of NGCDF in their areas where they come from. And Manyata constituency, Honorable Speaker, is not left behind. In 3 years, Honorable Speaker, you'll not find a school with a JSS class without laboratory equipment that, Honorable Speaker, found a crisis of non-equipping of our public day schools. Honorable Speaker, you'll find our schools now being able to get better infrastructure, and we are able to assist parents and do all manner of things to ensure that the fund is really felt on the ground. And, Honorable Speaker, I believe the naysayers of the NGCDF fund are people that have not been in touch with the ground. They have not listened to the ground. In one of the political parties, they say, skiza wananchi, sikiza ground. I believe NGCDF and many of leaders have come to challenge best uses of NGCDF, but NGCDF with even the comparison of tendering process, whereby if you are building a class in Rift Valley and you're building a class on this other side, you cannot have very different prices. It tells you this fund is well utilized and is a fund that can take this nation far. I propose, Honorable Speaker, an increment moving forward in the budget to ensure that this fund can even get more money and do more roles so that we can be able to ensure that a fund that works for the people continue working for the people. Honorable Speaker, as we talk of audit, I also want to clearly say that we must ensure the Auditor General's office is well funded. It is a shame, Honorable Speaker, that the Auditor General herself, and I sit in the Committee of Constitutional Implementation and Oversight. And when she appears, Honorable Speaker, she clearly says that she is underfunded. How dare we allocate money, Honorable Speaker, serious monies that are coming from sweat of Kenyan, and then we underfund, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General's office. It is not right, it is not fair, it is against the goodwill of our Constitution. We must fund the Auditor General's office to be able to have enough resources and have the auditor reports that are better and are well researched. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that this House must also continue taking the Auditor General's report seriously. We have had serious claims and loud misuse of monies from various places. But, Honorable Speaker, it ends there. We no longer hear people resigning from their jobs, from their serious jobs due to audit queries. Honorable Speaker, I remember even during the Nusu Mkate government, as they used to call it, even the current president had to resign and leave his position when he was a minister for agriculture because of issues of audit. And, Honorable Speaker, we are becoming numb to the fact that today you can be read in the papers, you have diverted 10 million for a certain event, and you continue saying sorry, and it is business as usual. I believe, Honorable Speaker, this House has a big role to play. We must call ourselves to order, and audit reports must be serious issues when it comes to running, Honorable Speaker, this country. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. As the Honorable Jane Jerry Maina want to contribute to this. Give her the mic. The last time she contributed, she had a name called Itungati.
My card is not working.
Or Itungati.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, I bear the name Itungati with very much pride. The other day you asked what it means, and I told you what it means in my community. Honorable Speaker, it is very unfortunate that we can wait as a House, yet we are mandated to be the people oversighting national government projects and wait years later to tell the Kenyan people that we have done absolutely nothing to curb corruption, Honorable Speaker. You know, the Kenyan people would ask us, who are we waiting for to come and resolve these issues? Honorable Speaker, we cannot keep debating as a House these reports and endlessly. We saw last year when the Auditor General said that of the e-citizen amounts that have been paid in regard to SHA, that we have lost over 60 billion Kenya shillings, taxpayers' money, Honorable Speaker. And when we fail to take action on some of these parastatals and ministries, Honorable Speaker, as a House, we are failing the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, it is very unfortunate that our young people are struggling to get employment opportunities, that they are living hand to mouth, going to fight wars in Russia and Ukraine that do not concern them, because this country has consistently been unable to curtail corruption so that we can invest those funds in a manner where those young people can make a living. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I will be speaking on these issues today at the JKL show. And I will be calling out and agitating for better governance and a better leadership, Honorable Speaker. And I dare say that the young people of this great republic, the young leaders, are ready to take over from the status quo. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There being no more interest Is that the Honorable Gimose? Yeah, give Honorable Gimose the mic.
The mic is not on.
Yeah, it's now on, Honorable Gimose.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to say that this debate is at the right time. I'm sorry, I have a heavy flu. And the contribution of members on the CDF is apt. And the Auditor General, who did this job, must be commended for what has come out today. CDF is an important eventuality in this country. It has done a lot to the people of this country, and I can vouch for it in my constituency. CDF has done and continues to do a lot of good to the people. I wish to say that for the delay, echo the views of the other members, that the delay that has been caused in auditing this facility is erratic, incongruent, and wrong, and a waste of time, if indeed wrong for the people to wait for a report all this time when it is necessary for the continuity of the effectiveness of its validity. I wish to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Gimose. The Honorable Eric Mushangi.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the chair of this committee as I support this report. This is a committee that has done a fantastic job. And Honorable Speaker, important to note is that in their oversight functions as a committee, the committee ensured that monies that had been lost have been recovered. And this is a very good thing that public resources that were otherwise thought to have gotten lost were recovered. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to emphasize that public resources are not supposed to be monies that will be pocketed by a few people for their own benefit. Public resources are monies that are supposed to serve our country, develop our country, and ensure the sustainability of development in our country. So, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank this committee for a job very well done, and hope that they will continue doing their job this way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There being no more interest by members to contribute, I now call the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank members who have contributed to this report, and in particular, members for recognizing that CDF is the only fund that within Kenya and in every village, you can see an icon of development done by CDF within a radius of less than a kilometer. You'll see something that has been done by CDF. And therefore, I want to thank members for their contribution. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
The motion appearing under Order 14 will be subjected to House decision when it will be next scheduled by the House Business Committee. for the convenience of the House. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, 8th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022.
Did you skip order number 15?
Order number 15, motion, report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011-2012 to 2021-2022.
Mover. I will step down the matter appearing under order number 15 and reorganize the order paper so that the House transacts the business under order number 16 in priority. Call order number 16.
Order number 16, motion, 8th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the 8th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the committee held several sittings and examined several reports and invited the Principal Secretary of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action Fund, who is a designated accounting officer of the fund, to respond to the issues raised by the Auditor General. The committee's examinations focused on both the financial propriety and compliance with its statutory obligations. Mr. Speaker, while examining the accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the committee noted that the CEO was the one who signed the accounts and financial statements of the fund, as opposed to the Principal Secretary responsible for gender affairs, contrary to the Act. Pursuant to this, the committee sought advice from the Attorney General, who confirmed that it is true that the Principal Secretary responsible for gender affairs is the accounting officer of the fund and must sign and submit financial statements in compliance with the Section 84 of the Public Finance Management Act. Consequently, the committee recommended that the Principal Secretary responsible for gender affairs should in future sign all the accounts of the fund and be held accountable. Honorable Speaker, the committee also examined the 2019 amendment regulations which reconstituted GAF board and found that the regulations were published without being tabled before the National Assembly as required under the Statutory Instruments Act and Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act. Consequently, the amendment lacked legal force. The committee therefore recommended annulment of the said amended regulations by the relevant committee of the House, because this committee went ahead and reconstituted the GAF board irregularly. Failure of timely disbursement of funds to the counties. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that GAF board did not dispense all the funds allocated to county committees, including monitoring and evaluation allocations, and in some instances, funds were spent at the board level instead of being transferred to the counties And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this denied the county committees to support initiatives at the county level, and the money was spent at the headquarters. This disrupted implementation and led to under-absorption of the funds. The committee recommended strict compliance with the GAV regulations to ensure timely and full disbursement of funds to the county committees for implementation. Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted weaknesses in the preparation and presentation of financial statements, including submission of consolidated financial statements for all the 47 counties of the fund. The committee recommended that each GAV county committee prepares separate financial statements for examination in accordance with the standards prescribed by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. Because, Mr. Speaker, we noted that the fund only prepared one financial statement for the 47 counties, and we were not therefore able to specifically examine accounts of each county. And we are therefore recommending that in the future, the GAF should do accounts for each county separately. Mr. Speaker, we also noted a regular reallocation of funds by the county committees, and we recommended that the county committees strictly adheres to the budget allocations as approved by the board. On management of interest, the committee found that staff were issued multiple interests, multiple impress concurrently, and some impress remained outstanding beyond the closure of the financial year. And temporarily impress were used to procure goods and services contrary to the procurement law. The committee recommended strict enforcement of the relevant provisions of Regulation 93 of the Public Finance Management Regulations. Honorable Speaker, we also noted some procurement irregularities in various instances, and these included splitting of procurements, failure to maintain procurement documents by the tender committees. The committee recommended strict adherence to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 and its regulations. Mr. Speaker, we also noted that in Bungoma, 1,200 water tanks in the financial year 2016-2017 were allegedly procured but could not be seen. They were nowhere. We even went there to try to locate them, and we could not see the 1,200 water tanks worth 17,400,000. The committee recommended that this matter be investigated further because the residents of Bungoma did not get value for their money worth 17,400,000 shillings for the water tanks, which we could not locate where they are. Mr. Speaker, there were also weaknesses of internal controls in terms of expenditure at the board, and we were therefore recommending that the board tries to digitize and automate their operations to ensure that there is proper internal controls in their management. Honorable Speaker, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund plays a critical role in advancing women economic empowerment, supporting youth initiatives, assisting persons living with disabilities, and strengthening community-based interventions across all the 47 counties. However, this mandate can only be achieved through strict adherence to the constitutional principles of public finance under Article 201 of the Constitution, which demands openness, accountability, prudence, and responsible use of public resources. The recommendations contained in this report are therefore aimed at strengthening governance, enhancing accountability, and ensuring that GAF resources are utilized effectively for the benefit of the vulnerable groups for whom the fund was established to serve. Honorable Speaker, GAF is a fund that complements CDF. And when you go to the villages, you see a lot of activities being done by GAF. And therefore, this fund should be promoted by all means and anchored in the law, because at the moment it is not anchored in the law. And the committee also recommended that we establish a legal framework to support this fund. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee members for their dedication and the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for the support accorded to the committee in discharge of its mandate. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move and I request Honorable Dorothy Muthoni to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy Muthoni Kiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this House adopts the health report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the issues moved by the chairperson as they are the true deliberation of the committees. Moreover, Honorable Speaker, I would like to reiterate the following. The fund in question has consistently received modified audit opinions due to poor record keeping and failure to reconcile accounts between the headquarters and the county offices. To remedy this, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommended that GAF Board prioritizes the continuous capacity building of the officers and ensure that all financial statements are prepared in strict compliance with the formats prescribed by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. Honorable Speaker, the committee was equally concerned, as Chair has stated, by the failure to disperse the entire allocation to the 47 county committees in a timely manner. This has impacted very negatively, Honorable Speaker, as our 47 county women are not able to carry out the activities that they are planned for in a manner, in a well-planned manner, because delayed disbursements amounts to delayed implementation of projects. Honorable Speaker, I want to state too that the committee also noted with concern the failure of the fund management to avail critical documents to the Auditor General during audit. Honorable Speaker, this one is a matter that has kept recurring because without such documents like the cash books, bank statements, payment vouchers, and monitoring and evaluation reports, then the Auditor General is not in a position to flag out key issues that are making this fund not serve the public as it's intended. The committee, therefore, argues the accounting officer to ensure that all documents are properly maintained and made available during audits without delay. Honorable Speaker, it is evident that this government affirmative action fund is a very, very important fund, and it is a tool and an enabler for our women so that, Honorable Speaker, our communities can reap maximum benefit from government resources. Honorable Speaker, it is not only the women who are empowered through this fund, The youth and persons also who are able differently are beneficiaries of this fund. However, its impact is diminished when resources are lost in poor procurement practices and accounted for in press. The implementation of the committee's recommendation was safeguard these resources, enhance governance, strengthen financial discipline, and restore the public confidence in the management of this fund. Honorable Speaker, I want to say our 47 women, the county women, should be supported to discharge their duties without any hindrances. The recommendation of the committee is very firm, and we want to say the fund is meant to help women MPs to embody themselves with the communities that they serve. Honorable Speaker, for this, we also thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, for standing with this particular fund, because, Honorable Speaker, without involvement of women in our communities, the communities cannot advance. Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support the chair, and I pray that this House will help us in ensuring that all the recommendations are properly implemented for the success of this fund. Honorable Speaker, I support. I second. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the 8th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. The Honorable Eric Mushangi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to once again thank this committee for a job very well done. Honorable Speaker, at the same time, allow me to thank the leadership of this House, led by Speaker Wetangula, for the wisdom in having this committee of decentralized funds. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are discussing reports of a period between 2015 and 2022. So basically, that is more than 10 years, almost 10 years ago, and some 5 years. And Honorable Speaker, that is a lot of time, and it is not very easy also to trace the people that are mentioned in these reports, owing to the time that has passed. And in the wisdom of the leadership of this House, now we have a committee that is able to fast track the business of committees and ensure that the reports are handled well, because previously the committee that was dealing with this had a lot of work to deal with, and perhaps this is the reason why it delayed so much. So, Honorable Speaker, this House has a responsibility to oversight government resources, government funds, and this fund is a fund that has brought a lot of change in our communities, and especially in the places where enough public participation has been done. We have seen a lot of people getting support from this fund, and it is for this reason that we need to ensure that it is not misused. And I once again laud the efforts by the committee to ensure that this job is well done. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important motion, as I also congratulate the committee for tabling this very a very relevant report to us, though it covers the years from 2016 to 2022, which, when you look at the purpose of accounting, that is to correct the mistakes that people have done on a yearly basis, will take us back and also show that there is no proper accountability. Honorable Speaker, I support this because I know the importance of GAF funds that has transformed lives on the ground and that has educated many poor children who wouldn't have managed to go to schools, and also empowered youths in the villages, empowered women groups, and empowered vulnerable groups. Honorable Speaker, the funds may be little, but the difference it is making is quite huge. I know, like in my place, the moment I go to the villages and distribute water tanks, sometimes I distribute goats to the poor women. Sometimes we distribute bursaries and also empower our young people so that they can start their small businesses. You can be only encouraged by the joy you see on their faces and the transformation that takes place immediately after they receive either the funds or the equipment to establish their businesses. And so I would even recommend that for sure we have 47 women in this, women representatives in this country, and we know that every woman in her county is working very hard, and there is need for us to recommend additional funding so that this money can touch and transform more lives. Honorable Speaker, when we don't account for the monies on time, we deny people their right. When the funds delay in getting to the ground or to the county committees, then we deny our people the right of receiving services on time. So our recommendation, just as the committee has already recommended, we should say that monies should be released on time, and also the county MPs should utilize the monies on time so that you can touch the lives that need this money. And so with those few words, I just want to say that I support the report and congratulate the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Naomi Wako. Do we have any more interest on this particular motion? The Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, MP for Kiaru.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And based on actually the previous, it's good that these things are coming at the same time, because you are able to compare and relate, even based on the previous contribution. Because, Honorable Speaker, we just debated about NGCDF, a report of 2016-2017 financial year, which is a decade ago. This is even making it worse. We have now 2015. I think we are now going backwards even. That Kenyans are watching us at home, discussing about an audit report of the year 2015. Honorable Speaker, I believe even some of the members of this House were actually in high school by that time. And this calls us to be more concerned about the infrastructure we have in terms of the state infrastructure when it comes to accountability. Because we cannot be here talking about GAF, and we are talking about year 2015. Actually, a colleague of ours here, my friend, the member for Kacheliba, was not even a CEO by then. He became CEO, now he's an MP. Meaning, we are yet actually to even debate his year as a CEO of GAF. And he's now sitting in this house. So we need to fast track the kind of audits we are doing, because I know the conveyor belt on the side of the Office of the Auditor General, They have done their best. They have churned some reports. At the very basic, we just be at par with them. And then we start talking about how can we progress further by making the Office of the Auditor General progress further in terms of being at least discussing the last 2 years, not the last decade, so that the things we are talking about here are more relevant even to the current situation. Honorable Speaker, as we have seen the performance and the output of the devolved funds, many times I ponder and I think that the big cake we call the national budget of currently now over 4.5 trillion Kenya shillings, I wish we had much more resources in these devolved funds, Honorable Speaker, because their bureaucracies are very constrained. The bureaucracy of GAF, the bureaucracy of NGCDF is so thin that most of the money actually goes to where it should be. And no other the reason why, if you go to the villages, you are likely to see the impact of these devolved funds more than you are likely to see of the national government itself, which is left by the much bigger cake after we take the crumbs. Because what we take is basically not even a drop in the ocean. It is vapor in the big essence of the entire budget. That you are talking about GAF and NGCDF combined, Honorable Speaker. We are talking about around 1.1% of the entire budget, or 1.2%, maximum 1.5% of the entire budget, Honorable Speaker. And we are able to see the impact. We need to interrogate ourselves, even not just this House, but also Kenyans, because if, for example, we gave GAF a multiple of 4, and we gave NGCDF, let's say, a multiple of 3, Honorable Speaker, we will be even tarmacking roads using NGCDF, because we'll do away with the business of schools completely. We will put tiles, put ceilings, put even carpets in classrooms, because we'll have so much resources, figuratively speaking. We'll have all the learners in school in terms of support of the soft side, that is bursaries. We'll now be seeking authorization from NGCDF board to do even tarmac roads, Honorable Speaker, to even do mega electricity projects of lighting our villages, because these resources would be monumental. And I am here wondering, because it's not a matter of these resources are not available. It is a matter of where are these resources left? At the bigger cake, the kitchen where this cake is left, the bureaucratic machine is so heavy that we use much of the funds in oiling the government machinery more than in actually dispensing services to the Kenyan people. So that's a balance we need to interrogate as Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to drive much more development in our villages. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is that we need to keep on strengthening the systems. GAF has come a long way, just like CDF. Initially, when NGCDF came on board, just like GAF, even money could be handled in cash. You could take money to a school using cash. There was no NGCDF committee members, Honorable Speaker. The MP, you would go, you complain the toilet is collapsed, and the MP would write you a check there and then. But the systems have now improved. And the systems, when they improve, they bring about efficiencies, but also accountability. And I'm happy that even GAF has come a long way when it comes to systems. Because in the government and the way government dispenses resources, the output is always as good as the process. And when we streamline the process, we are also likely to improve the output. But there is also a room for improvement when it comes to GAF systems, Honorable Speaker, so that they are much more stringent, and so that the systems are a bit more cross-headed other than open-headed, Honorable Speaker. The other thing is what I said before. The Office of the Auditor General has been doing a great service in our republic. Honorable Speaker, you know, when we talk about a country and a modern country like Kenya, a modern state, many things are critical all the time. One is, of course, having instruments of a modern state. instruments of a modern state is the bureaucracy of government. Bureaucracy of government is government institutions. When we talk about boards, parastatals, departments, and sagas, all that constitutes, Honorable Speaker, what is the state functionaries and state institutions. The second thing, of course, when we talk about even a modern economy, is the rule of law. And this conveyor belt on accountability and the report you are talking about here, even the rule of law, which is based on our judicial system, has also a say in the report we are discussing today, Honorable Speaker, at the head of the conveyor belt. And of course, the last one in the three segments is accountability through democracy. That's the fact that we are now elected as leaders, that we are not appointed, that you are a representative of the people. And that is why all the time, a representative of the people has to always talk the language of the people. Because you are not elected to become different. You are elected to represent. And when you are elected to represent, for example, you can't go to a chama like the one Gasheri belongs to. And Mokoji is going there to vie to be the chair. They need to elect one of their representatives. That is why even in the committees of parliament, the chair of a committee is a member, because you are representing your colleagues. That is why it is always important even in this house, because accountability through democracy is hedged on democratic institutions like parliament, like the Senate, and anything around democracy. That is why it is important when you are in this house, Honorable Speaker, we must always speak for the people, not for the system. We must always advance the welfare of the people because we are their representatives. When you elected a leader, there should be no gap between the people you are representing and yourself in terms of the line of thought and in terms of representation. But going back, because the point I wanted to make is on the state itself. GAV, NGCDF, and the rest are a part of the government, are part of the state institutions. Let us keep on refining them so that they become better. The other point I was giving, Honorable Speaker, in the previous contribution was based on audit that is real-time, and especially when we need special audits. Kenya is currently going through some situations that are unprecedented. We are having a 204 billion transaction in terms of Safaricom IPO, which is actually a face of incompetence. We are having a Kenya Pipeline IPO, Honorable Speaker, which by yesterday was undersubscribed. Within hours, it is oversubscribed. Why? Because the government is selling itself shares. You come here as Kenya Pipeline, you are purporting you are doing an IPO, but you are selling to NSSF.
You are at 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are here discussing monumental issues. Safaricom is a 204 billion Kenya shillings transaction. Kenya has never had such a transaction ever since independence. Honorable Speaker, some of these issues, when we raise them, the Office of the Auditor General needs resources that they can be able to go ahead and investigate such matters, arrest them when they matter. That is why they actually need to have one account. The other thing is Kenya Pipeline, as I was saying. You are here doing an initial public offering, but it's not public. It is undersubscribed within a day. Phone calls come to NSSF, another phone call to National Superannuation, another one to KCB, another one to Kenya Re, another one to Kenya this. Institutions that has also other private shareholders. And then we are channeling money there, Honorable Speaker. And then we come to face Kenyans, oh, it is oversubscribed. Oversubscribed because of political interference, Honorable Speaker, where we are putting workers' money in suboptimal commercially, in suboptimal areas, Honorable, commercially speaking. And Honorable Speaker, that is why the Office of the Auditor General need capacity so that that kind of matters, they move with speed, they stop them when they matter most. Now, we are handing over even the control of Kenya Pipeline to our brothers in Uganda. Then, is this still Kenya or Kenya-Uganda Pipeline, or what is it about, Honorable Speaker? Everything is bogged down because political interference in running of institutions, Honorable Speaker.
I wish you had asked for more time. The Honorable Mukunji will now make his contributions.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to take toll and say it is also sad that NGAF now we are talking of audit reports of 2015. Honorable Speaker, if my maths are right, that's 11 years. That means, Honorable Speaker, when the audit report of Kirinyaga that Honorable Njeri Maina today is oversighting, most likely, Honorable Speaker, it will be done when she is the president or maybe I'm the president after 11 years. And this Honorable Speaker says that either there is something wrong or, Honorable Speaker, there is something very wrong. And 11 years of usage of public funds without oversight, without accountability, Honorable Speaker, is against the Constitution of Kenya. And this House, Honorable Speaker, under Article 95, is clearly mandated to actually look at the usage of our hard-earned taxes, Honorable Speaker. While we agree that the two funds that we have discussed today, Honorable Speaker, the NGAF and NGCDF, have a good model that can be emulated by this nation, Honorable Speaker, I just feel that it is not right, and we will call your office, Honorable Speaker, to check further and see the recommendations that come from this House that will involve making it prudent on the audit reports that we are talking about. And Honorable Speaker, I believe we might be here talking about NGAF and NGCDF. What about over 1,000 government agencies, parastatals, wings, funds that would be in the same level? It means that, Honorable Speaker, we will be speaking of scandals. Maybe we will unearth scandals of 2026 in 2035. That is dangerous. Honorable Speaker, that is not acceptable. And because I believe this House is progressive, there is a need to relook on how we can make that better. Honorable Speaker, I also rise, Honorable Speaker, to say, and Honorable Member for Kiharu has raised very serious and pertinent matters. Honorable Speaker, we are here at this time, and Honorable Member for Kiharu is saying that calls were made to make sure that the Kenya pipeline that was under the IPO and it was undersubscribed, calls were made to use money that is meant for pension in NSSF to buy shares for a place that they were clearly not interested. Honorable Speaker, if this House does not really call for a special audit and questions to be asked, then we will be failing in our mandate. Honorable Speaker, if we are today talking about selling our assets, then we start rebuying them without a question of what if these pensioners lose their resources. Then, Honorable Speaker, this will be a very bad precedent that we are setting. We have just put out two of our government assets to sell. What about the rest? Will people find their monies misused through the real things that we are talking about? We are looking for resources to do infrastructures, Honorable Speaker. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, even the infrastructure bill that we are discussing here, we must have NGCDF enlisted as people that are supposed to enjoy that infrastructure fund. Because, Honorable Speaker, whatever we call infrastructure, we cannot say these are resources that are supposed to be set out of this house. We can't give our mandate out. We cannot release our mandate to State House. We cannot say that somebody will be sitting down rewarding people that come and say two-term. It is not acceptable. This house has its mandate from the people. And this house must realize its power to ensure that public resources are well utilized. We should also ensure GAF is part of the implementation of the infrastructure fund. So that, Honorable Speaker, when Gasheri sees it's important to have a KMTC in Kirinyaga, is able to get resources from the infrastructure fund that this house is debating. And this is how we are going to make sure the resources get to the right people. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that we have also seen an explosion in the use of cash, hard cash, in various, I don't know whether to call them political events, but they have a name called empowerment, whereby leaders are moving around with more than 100 million here and there. Honorable Speaker, who audits these funds? Who actually allocates and say that this fund came from here? That's when you hear somebody has used his budget in 2 months. And most likely, Honorable Speaker, knowing Kenya, if you find somewhere 100 million has been released to do something, whatever amount that gets to where it's supposed to be used is less than 10%. It is less than 10%. It tells you, Honorable Speaker, that questions must be asked, answers must be given. And that is the only way, Honorable Speaker, that will be living the dream of our Constitution and reliving the dream as it is written in this House, Honorable Speaker, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. Government of the people. I call upon this House to ensure that we don't read audit reports of Honorable Gasheri in 2032. Let's ensure we are up to date when it comes to matters, idiot. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
The Honorable Samuel Moroto, MP for Kapenguria, will now make his contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed the discussion today here between GAF and the CDF. It is good for members here to understand that for Kenyans to enjoy whatever is given to them, this is the house to ensure everything goes to them. We had this devolution. Governors now are running left and right to ensure nothing is going on. And we left, especially those people from the northern Kenya, where the paper, sessional paper 1965, left them out. Then the current constitution led by Raila brought them up by giving them 5% for equalization. it is not there. Now, the GAF is doing very well. The CDF, the NG CDF is doing very well. Because this one is just monitored by even the villagers to see what is happening. Where I come, that's my county, West Pokot County. The women representative, the current one now, is doing very well. Every weekend, doing with the women. The NGCDF in the 4 constituencies are doing very well. Some chairman, Mr. Speaker, let us be serious here. The problem here, I was here during Moi's time. The guys on opposition sides are lured by just some peanut things. Then they come and shout here. I heard my chairman, Didi Nyoro, was a good young man. We were proud of it. I would still promote him for further stage. When he was there, he was singing government tune. But now when he's out, that's why he's now bringing things up. I think we need to get good brains out of this house to be out of government so that they can give us what is going on. But mine is to say this is the best government we have, the best, broad best. Some of us started. I was in a government of national unity during Kibaki's time. Some were making noise. This is a country of prayerful people. Every Sunday, every Friday, every Saturday, prayer goes on in Kenya. There's no time I believe Kenya will fail because of faithful people to their God. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, let us ensure that we protect these 2 areas, the GAF and the CDF, and the GCDF, sorry. And then also we have to come in. I was just in a committee where the chair of, which one is this one here? Where we were talking about the NGCDF. No, we were talking about the money that went to county equalization. Nobody's there to say how it went to the governor's hand instead of development for that to bring the lower counties to the level where others are in Kenya. So that's why I'm saying, let us be serious here. And I'm happy because when I was in Kanu, people made that party as an evil. Because we used to remove people out. Now this one is coming in to remove others out. Mungu aendelee. Thank you. Thank you. I support the whatever is going on now here. Thank you.
Yeah, so there being no more interest in terms of contributions, and this being similar to the next motion, I now call the mover to reply. Honorable Jane Maina Njeri, you will say what you have to say on the motion
there's
under
another
order
motion
number 18,
which is
It's the
similar.
same.
So you can contribute on that one. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Again, the matter appearing under order number 16 shall be subjected to the House's resolution the next time it will be scheduled for consideration by the House Business Committee. And for the convenience of the House, the matter appearing under Order 17 is stepped down to the future, and I reorganize the order paper so that the matter appearing under Order number 18 proceeds in priority. Next order.
Order number 18, motion, 9th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Fund for the constituencies in Nakuru County for the financial years 2013-14 to 2021-2022.
Move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the 9th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 11 constituencies in Nakuru County for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd of December 2025. Honorable Speaker, this report contains findings from the examination of 99 audit reports for the Auditor General for the NGCDA for the following 11 constituencies in Nakuru County. That is Bahati, Gilgil, Kuresoi North, Molo, Naivasha, Nakuru Town East, Nakuru Town West, Njoro, Rongai, Sumbukia, and Kuresoi South. Honorable Speaker, I wish to highlight that out of the 11 constituencies examined, Gilgil constituency, Nakuru Town West constituency, and Njoro constituencies successfully addressed all the audit queries with no issues, and I commend the fund account managers of these constituencies for their diligence and commitment to accountability. Honorable Speaker, while in Nakuru County report primarily addresses audit queries, it also highlights various projects that have had significant impact on the lives of constituents across 11 constituencies. The projects span from education, security, infrastructure, and social welfare. Honorable Speaker, these examples of development projects in those constituencies demonstrates that when funds are properly managed, the NGCDF delivers tangible benefits that improve education outcomes, grassroots security, and overall quality of life in Nakuru County. Honorable Speaker, during the examination, the committee identified several cross-cutting and persistent issues and made the following recommendations. Delay in exchequer releases. Honorable Speaker, we noted that Treasury released money very late to the board, and the board also released the money late to the constituencies. And therefore, this affected delivery of projects in the constituencies and delayed implementation of the projects. And this automated an audit query. Further, Honorable Speaker, there were many issues on difficulties with the fund managers in accounting financial reporting of accounts. And therefore, the committee recommended that there should be continuous capacity building of the fund managers to ensure that they are conversant with the international public sector accounting standards. Honorable Speaker, we also noted that there were so many issues on land procured with no title deeds. And therefore, we recommended that all these land issues be transferred to the board headquarters so that CDF board does not lose land to land grabbers in the future, and the board secures titles for all those properties procured with no title deeds. Mr. Speaker, we also noted that during audit period, some fund managers were not able to provide documents on time, and we therefore recommended the board to take administrative action to ensure that fund account managers submit documents on time to the auditors so that they can examine the books and reports. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations in this report aim at enhancing transparency and ensure that every shilling allocated to our constituencies translates into meaningful development of our people. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk and the Office of the Auditor General and the National Treasury for their support. I also thank my committee members and the Secretariat for their dedication. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to move. Thank you. And I ask Honorable Caroline Ngeleche to second the report.
The Honorable Caroline Ngeleche.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I second, first let me appreciate my chairman, my able chairman of the committee, because we are well aware and we've been informed that since this committee was existed in Parliament, it has never been able to work on as many as the number of audit reports that we have tackled so far, over 100 constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as you can see, most of the reports are 2013, 2014 to 2021, 2022. It means those are things that have been overtaken by events very long time ago. And even if the committee works hard for the remaining time, for the remaining period in Parliament, for this 13th Parliament, we will not be able to go beyond 2022, Mr. Speaker. And our able chairman has led us very well, and we've been able to try and catch up. There are notable problems that I think the NGCDF should work on them properly. One of them is the acquisition of land without proper documentation. Find that they go ahead and do projects on land that is not even, that they don't have title deeds. So at times you ask yourself, supposing the owner of, or the person who sold them land comes and reclaim a land which already NGCDF has sung 100 million project or 200 million project. So that is something that NGCDF board should be very careful and next time should be cautious about it. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the issue of exchequer. Many of those reports emanate or because they received money way very late. Others delayed up to 6 to 9 months. And by the time even they want to utilize the funds, already the audit query has been raised by the Auditor General. So I think next time also Treasury should be mindful of people, because other people find themselves in problem of audit queries, not because of their making, but because of the making of Treasury. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, there has been a very big issue of lazy and incompetent funds managers. You find that there are funds managers who don't even care what they do. And apparently, or unfortunately, the NGCDF, what they normally do, they transfer those fund managers because I think they are permanent or whatever. So you find the problems follow those fund managers. Even the committee members can actually point out if this fund manager, for example, from this constituency was transferred to this other constituency, it is automatically that similar audit queries will be raised. So I think also the NGCDF board should be a bit serious with the staff. You find we used to wait like even for a month or two for some people to provide very basic documentation because they probably don't have it, probably were not stored very well, or probably they have not organized their files very well. So NGCDF should also take the matter seriously and ensure that the funds managers make sure that they put their report well. This is because many a times, Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF or the NGAF allocation, the public always blames it on members of parliament. They don't know that there exist people called fund managers or coordinators. So whenever there is an audit query, people will point out at the member of parliament or at the county member of parliament, unknowingly that they are just patrons in the projects, and there is someone who is misbehaving, or there is someone who is lazy, or there is someone who is incompetent. So I think the NGCDF should up their game and should ensure that they carry out proper training for their staff and make sure that even going forward, they choose properly and well-trained officers. Because of that, Mheshimiwa Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the 9th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for constituencies in Nakuru County for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd day of December 2025. The Honorable Njeri Maina Itungati.
Honorable Speaker, you say it very well. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Honorable Chair and the work that the committee has done to the point of tabling this report before this Honorable House. It is very intriguing that the issues that plague NGAF also plague NGCDF, the issues of failure of timely disbursement of funds to the constituencies and in respective to NGAF. I must appreciate the drafters of the 2010 Constitution, because were it not for them, Honorable Speaker, you would not have known a great Itungati like Njeri Maina. And with that, Honorable Speaker, NGAF and NGCDF are a direct return on investment in regard to the Kenyan taxpayer. Honorable Speaker, and I know my colleague, the Honorable Ngelechei, will agree with me, that even though we have a constrained amount that is standard of Kenya shillings 9 million per constituency, Honorable Speaker, that NGAF has had monumental changes on the ground, funding community-based organizations and chamas for women, PLWDs, and special interest groups like the youth. Honorable Speaker, in Kirinyaga, we have funded over 300 groups, injecting them with cash capital of Kenya shillings 100,000 so that they can be able to initiate economic empowerment programs. Honorable Speaker, further to that, we have also partnered with institutions like KCB to run a TVET program that has impacted over 500 students, equipping them with the necessary technical skills to enable them to make a living and grow as young people of this nation. Honorable Speaker, further, NGAF has also initiated an INET program via partnership with Equity Bank, where youth groups have been funded by NGAF to a tune of Kenya shillings 300,000 per group. And you know, Honorable Speaker, we are speaking about job creation for our young people, and we must walk the talk, Honorable Speaker. I know there are other devolved funds, and I do not want to belabor on them, but I can say for a fact that NGCDF and NGAF have been failed by the common mwananchi, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is very apparent that the funding disparities, which is an issue for county MPs hampers them in terms of implementation of NGAF programs. I have just told this House that while we get a standard 9 million per constituency, in one of my constituencies in Kirinyaga County, I am supposed to match a constituency member of parliament getting 220 million Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. And you say, yes, we know that the allocation is mega for NGAF. But the voter is in need of programs that are impacting them. Sufficient civic education was not carried through, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Ngelechei can tell you we have people queuing, requesting for bursaries, yet we only allocate 20% of the 9 million for bursaries. That is the only vote head that you have room to wiggle through. We have sometimes people asking us for roads, Honorable Speaker. And it is because, unfortunately, there has been a mismatch in funding, NGAF, Honorable Speaker, and it cannot continue because that would be painting women leaders as if they're not equal to the task. And because it is a county seat, at the local level, people believe that I must have, most likely have more money than the constituency member of parliament, to a tune of maybe perhaps 500 million Kenya shillings. But that is not the reality on the ground, Honorable Speaker. So as we are speaking into these challenges and the report brought before this House, we must also address the funding constraints of NGAF. This House, our male colleagues, I beseech them to have a conversation where we can increase the funding of NGAF and entrench it in the Constitution to match a percentage of the national budget, Honorable Speaker. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, that has been raised is in terms of the regulations. I know NGCDF has come to power with regulations. NGAF is still struggling, operating on regulations that were passed when this kitty was developed, Honorable Speaker. We must also fast track the amendment of NGAF regulations to match the current needs of the development in law. We must also ensure that we equitably fund implementation of NGAF programs. Honorable Speaker, I can give you an example. Just 2 weeks ago, county MPs were issuing sanitary towels to all JSS schools across the counties, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine the cost it will take to transport, the logistical issues of transportation that cannot be catered for mere budget of 2% of this amount, Honorable Speaker. Yet every financial year, as women reps, we receive the disbursements from Treasury like quinine. You know, they're there, they're not there. And the need by the people on the ground is there, Honorable Speaker. I also recommend that as we table and discuss these reports, we look into having a committee that handles the issues of NGAF. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Speaker, Moses Masika Wetangula, who indulged us when I raised a statement and allocated as a committee, the Social Protection Committee, to handle our issues. But we still need a committee, a specific NGAF committee, to address the gazettement of NGAF committee, for example, which has stalled, yet their current term has lapsed, Honorable Speaker, to address the concerns of entrenchment of the sanitary towel program into the woman representatives' mandate. Honorable Speaker, with that, I thank you, and I thank again the Honorable Chair.
Honorable Timothy Toroitich, you want to contribute to this?
Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief on this subject matter. Honorable Speaker, I take the cue of my colleagues who spoke before me, especially on the delay of this report. Honorable Speaker, this report refers to audit done in 2013. That is 16 years ago. Honorable Speaker, some of the recommendations have been overtaken by events. We have enacted several CDF legislation in this House, which have actually addressed some of the concerns that have been highlighted in the report. But, Honorable Speaker, in future, we need to propose under the standing orders, we bring an amendment so that we can be able to set a timeline in which those reports must be tabled before this House. Nonetheless, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank this committee because they have done their best in ensuring that this report is tabled. Honorable Speaker, looking at the two funds, GAF and NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, there is every reason as a House, despite the recent court ruling by the Court of Appeal, there is need for us to entrench these two funds in our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, so that we avoid situation in the future where the fund may be declared unconstitutional, even by a higher court. So, Honorable Speaker, we must ring-fence these particular funds in the Constitution. Because, Honorable Speaker, you are aware that nobody in future may declare the Constitution as unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, looking at the issue, for example, of land, the issue of land must be handled on a case-to-case basis. Honorable Speaker, there are constituencies, there are counties in this country that land adjudication has not been done. In Elgeyo Marakwet, Honorable Speaker, for example, there are areas that there are no titles. There is no land adjudication. So if the basis of releasing funds to an NGCDF committee is based on title deeds, then what happens to constituencies that land adjudication has not been finalized and they do not have title deeds? Honorable Speaker, on the issue of fund managers, we have a problem with fund managers insofar as CDF is managed. Honorable Speaker, the proposal that I'm going to give in the near future is for those officers to serve on a contract basis. In fact, they should sign performance contract to ensure that they deliver. Because, Honorable Speaker, what's happening now, the fund managers are being swapped from this constituency to the other constituency because of the framework of the law that is in place. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of implementation, Honorable Speaker, I have sat in this House for quite some time. There are so many recommendations that committees in this House have made. But I beg to ask what happens, because, Honorable Speaker, we must empower the committee on implementation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most reports in this House, we have a challenge in terms of implementation of the recommendations that are brought before this House. So, Honorable Speaker, in as much as we are passing this report and adopting the recommendations, we must be able to follow up and ensure that we set a timeline in which those recommendations are effected and or actualized, so that we do not have reports, we pass them here, and at the end of it, Honorable Speaker, those recommendations are not implemented. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I rest. Thank you.
There being no more requests, the mover will reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members who have contributed to this motion and agree with them on the their comments on this motion. And Mr. Speaker, in particular, the fact that CDF and GAF has impacted heavily on development of constituencies and counties in the villages, and recommend that in future we consider enhancing the funding of CDF and the GAF so that whatever has been achieved can be doubled in the future. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Again, honorable members, the putting of the question to this motion under order number 18 is deferred to the future for the convenience of the House. Next order.
Order number 19, report on the audited accounts for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018-19 to 2021-2022.
Motion under order 19 is deferred to the future as and when the House Business Committee will schedule it for the House's consideration. Next order.
Order number 20, hoja, ukaguzi kwa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania.
Again, the consideration of the matter appearing under order number 20 is order deferred to the future when the House Business Committee will schedule it for consideration again. And honorable members, that being at the very end of the matters which were listed for consideration, the House will adjourn, but before it does so, I want to thank you, the chairperson of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, for your commitment to duty. You've sat in the House from the rise of the House at 2:30 today without even breaking, and urge the other committee chairpersons and vice chairpersons to commit to that extent to this duty. I'm very happy we are discussing the National Government Constituency Development Funds Committee together with NGAF in terms of accountability and audit. People forget, but some of us were the brain child of the NGAF. And by the way, as conceived, it was not to engage in construction of material infrastructure. It was a social fund. It's putting money in the pockets of the marginalized sections of our societies. Of course, we've gone into building, I don't know what is being built with 9 million per constituency. It's going to bursary and other things. Maybe it is truly right that Parliament begins thinking, and by Parliament I mean the National Assembly, begins thinking or rethinking the framework in terms of the uses to which these public funds, particularly the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, is applied. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 8:31 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 26th day of February, 2026 at 2:30 p.m.